here's a look at the games we do have on this rainy Friday night. I mean, we love our first alert weather team, but let's be honest, we don't love them right now.
Days like today.
Days like today, days like this week. Holy cats. Stop raining.
Didn't affect us as much until we got to this one.
My goodness. Can we get turf fields everywhere so we can play? We had lightning delays tonight. We had rain delays. But, hey, we do have some football games.
Yep. Bottom right's a turf field.
We just got a touchdown. Did we? Or is that just not a bounce?
I think it's not a bounce.
My bad. What game is that?
That would be the Glenn Academy Red Terrors taking on Bradwell Institute.
All right. Thanks. We're going up south.
Up there in Brunswick. They got a turf field up there, and it's not raining up there.
Yeah, we have another Georgia game, right? Yulee's at Charlton.
Yulee at Charlton County. Indians leading that thing 15-0. Of course, that first game, by the way, courtesy of Continental Sports Network. The second one from the CSN Swamp Indians, the Charlton Sports Net.
Yeah, love it. They do a lot of broadcasts up there.
They do, a lot.
Top right, see, that's Tocoy Creek and Bishop Katie. That was our fan-voted game. Nice job, fans, because you voted the good one, and we get to watch it. As long as that poll's not in the way.
It was incomplete. We're all right.
But that game just started. They said, we're not canceling this thing. We're going to get it in, and they delayed it, and it just started moments ago. So we get that one, and I think we're clear down there for now. We might bring Sima into the fold here and get the forecast for the rest of the night. And then on the top left, that is Liv's camera. She is Oakley Fleming Island tonight, and she's waiting it out for a few more minutes. We expect in about 5 minutes or so
for
that game to kick off. Is that what that says?
Yeah, 5 minutes and ticking.
8:10, and they're on schedule for 8:10, even though they were off schedule. Now, we got to a couple games. I went to Paxton and Hilliard. It was dry there. You went to, now, getting out of my car and driving back home, not the case, so probably a little bit wet. We're on change of clothes number 2. This will be like a Taylor Swift concert here over the next 4 hours.
I hope not.
I will be changing several times.
Okay. Well, is that what happens in those?
Yeah. Instead of the Swifties, it'll be the Brenties.
All right.
There we go.
Yep. I went to Rains, and I was able to narrowly avoid the rain on the way back into the station.
You didn't get anything coming back?
No. I had like 3 drops on the windshield, and I said, I'm gonna get into this parking lot, and I'm gonna do it quickly. And I did, and I got in there, and we'll show you some highlights from that game against Trinity Christian. So that's a good game going on here tonight. We got that coming up for you here in just a little bit. But yeah, we're here. We're here on the Zone Blitz. We made it. We've rushed in to give you all the coverage here tonight. And yeah, let's have some fun, shall we?
Yeah, okay, so here's the cool part. Last night we did something, because our game of the week was moved early. It was moved from Friday to Thursday, and that was up in Ware County, Bartram Trail, Ware County. We showed that game live last night on our Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. We decided to do that about 4:30 in the afternoon. Got the guys together and made it happen, and so that was fun because that turned out to be a heck of a game. We'll show you that. We'll hear from Coach Corey Johns. Might even have him dial into the show, have some coaches dial into the show throughout the day. And speaking of coaches dialed into the show, I'm going to assume that Coach Sullivan is dialed in now, and we can hear him. Sully, what's happening?
All right, we're ready to go. I'm dry as a bone, man. Not getting wet up here. This is my favorite way to watch games.
Yeah, so down there in Flagler County, you don't have a lot of rain, huh?
No, we've been getting monsoon. They just kicked off 8:15. They're kicking off FPC in Mainland tonight. I just got that alert. They moved Matanza got the win last night against Deltona, 14-7. They played in that last night. So those are the only 2 I've got right now.
All right. I feel like I'm up north and we have like snow cancellations.
Yeah.
We actually have a lot of cancellations here today, right? I mean, what it's been, the big one that we were going to show you today was Bowl St. Augustine.
Yeah.
That's been postponed. I don't even know if I saw a date on yet when that will be played again, because that might be a game of the year candidate. I was looking forward to that one, Coach.
Yeah, that one was, we were all looking forward to that one. But, boy, did you see the pictures from the rain coming down out there on that field and how big the puddles were and everything?
Yeah, it was bad.
That was a wild one, man. It's just crazy how some areas the rain is like monsoon down, lightning, and then rains in Trinity. They just playing, just having a good time.
Yeah, it was fine there for the first quarter while I was there. You see, we got some rain, by the way, still happening. You got some astute videography there. We jumped into our first game here. There's Glenn Academy, and they are on the board for the second time tonight. Another touchdown for the Red Terrors. They are now up 14-6 over Bradwell. We'll be keeping an eye on that one. Here's a replay. See, they got replays up there at Continental Sports Network.
Good. Hey, we're leaning on them and giving them some love,
Yeah,
man.
give them some love.
They got a poll there as well,
Yeah,
though.
they got a poll, too. Maybe they wanted to avoid the rain, too. Let's see, 2-point conversion good as well. So 16-6 now the score for Glen Academy. Yeah, we're showing some rain at Tokoi Creek. I think Jason Hamby just wanted to let us know that it is raining there. We already have a touchdown, by the way. Bishop Kenny has scored to go ahead 7-0
All right.
in that game down at Tokoi Creek.
What else do you, here, as we see some of the action now in this 4-box, we'll show it to you all night, really, and then we'll get into our highlights, of course, our normal Friday night blitz, and this is an extravaganza now, so you can peek in and out of this and pop around, and we'll update you on everything going on. It's like election night every Friday night here on the high school football scene. We were going to show you, we'll show you the games that we were going to show you, but I also want to catch people up in a minute. We don't have to do that right now. But catch people up on some of the cancellations. Like Nice got canceled against Ridge Community. We also just saw that Fletcher Atlantic Coast was canceled. We were going to peek into that one.
Okay.
That one's done. West Side got canceled.
Basically, if you're on this list, you got a 60% chance of your game getting canceled.
And West Side. We're actually fortunate we still have 2 games to show. We're actually fortunate we have some games still being played in the area with all the rain. So there'll be a lot of makeups. And Coach, Baker County, Ponte Vedra, they called that one like earlier today, so they weren't going to do that. They'll make it up at a later date. What was the other one that was?
Say Ponte Vedra?
Yeah, Baker County. Maybe that was the one I was thinking
Baker
about.
County, Ponte Vedra. I know one game got moved. Orlando Faith got moved to, and Christchurch moved to Bowles. I don't know if that one actually ended up happening, but turf fields are a better chance of it.
Yeah.
Certainly at that game.
And Coach, Baker County and Ponte Vedra are going to play again later in the season. We heard that.
October 3rd. Thursday, October 3rd at 6 o'clock is there. They both have the same bye week, so that worked out nicely.
Yeah, it works out really good for them, both of them. So why deal with the slop? Hopefully the rain will be gone by October.
Listen, listen, there's a fall ball. Maybe we're going to see. You know, I was really impressed last night as we were showing that Bartram Trail game with there was rain up there, Bartram Trail Waycross, and I was very impressed with the fact that they held on to the football the way they did in that game. And so you just saw a fumbled snap there. I think we're going to get some of that tonight. So, and we'll get to those Bartram highlights in a bit. It was a heck of a football game, as Coach Sully called it, along with Stuart Weber. Coach, I want to ask you a little bit about this. You've been around it for a long time. What goes into actually playing the game, canceling the game? When do you make that call? How hard is this based on field, based on available dates, based on, heck, you only get 10 dates on Fridays to play in the course of a season?
Yeah, it's really hard on everybody. I mean, the one thing that you really take into consideration is can we work it in somewhere where our open week is, or some teams have already had their open week early, so of course they don't have any room, and nobody wants to play Friday, Monday, and Friday anymore. But the thing that the hard part is like you said, finding a date, and then like if it's not a district game. You do want to make it up or try to find somebody later on, just because you lose points if for the max prep ranking and all that. So if you only play 9 games, you only get judged on 9, but maybe the 10th game was the game that you got to win and push you up to maybe the 6th, 7th seat instead of the 8th seat type of deal.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that goes into it. Obviously, a lot out of control. Coach, you've been around this, like I said, I've been now around this for 15, 16 years here, and it seems like almost once a year. Now, I don't think it happens this way, but it feels like almost once a year we lose a Friday night because of like a tropical storm coming in or a potential hurricane. And so this is not new to have this kind of weather, and you just kind of keep your fingers crossed you don't have more than one, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. You got to try to get them in and get them played. That's the main thing. The thing I find funny about the rain games like tonight is, why is anybody wearing white pants? I mean, that's got to be a rookie coach mistake.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I'm just letting you all know that. I'm judging people tonight on wearing white pants, playing on, not on turf, playing on grass fields, because they're going to have a heck of a time getting those whites clean.
That's good stuff. Hey, let's take a look at our first highlight of the night.
Let's do it. We mentioned the fact that Bishop Kenny was able to get on the board first. That game down at Tokoi Creek. Here's a look at it just a few moments ago. That is number 6, Caleb Madison, bouncing off a couple tackles and into the end zone. Touchdown early in the first quarter for Bishop Kenny. Crusaders on the road tonight at Tokoi Creek, taking on the Toros down by World Golf Village. Take another look as he takes it into the end zone, and that gets your scoring started in that one. We can actually jump right into the live action there, and you can tell it is now Tokoi Creek with the ball. There's a look at Oakley and Fleming Island. They have officially kicked off.
Yeah, there we go.
And there is Bishop Kenny and Tokoi Creek. And you can look at the white pants. The white pants are not white anymore, Coach.
Coach Harbison's not a rookie. I mean, come on.
I know Coach Harb must not be doing the laundry anymore. He must have one of his coaches doing it.
Yeah, that is not fun. Who does the laundry? I mean, not moms and dads in football, right?
Oh no! All the coaches do it. They'll probably be soaking those in the OxyClean in the garbage can and getting them turned over tomorrow morning. Sometime the whites. That's the worst thing. Like you're like, what are you wearing white for? So the one time we played bad, we played in the rain one time, but we had won like 6 in a row. And, I was so superstitious that we wear white pants. We stay in white pants. And kids are like, Coach, we're going to wear white as porn. I'm like, oh yeah, we're wearing white. So. That might be the reason, so I don't know.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. And by the way, we could have this whole Friday night brought to you by some cleaning product. We'll have to work on that in the sales department. But yeah, it's going to be a slip-sliding kind of night, one of those nasty ones. But you get that in football. What do we got up down there?
We got a defensive touchdown here, headed the other way for the Red Terrors into the end zone. Glen Academy on the board once again, already leading it 16-6 up there in Brunswick. They add another one, and as mentioned, this one brought to you by the Continental Sports Network, so can expect a replay coming up shortly. Thanks, guys.
You high expectations, by the way. It's almost like they're playing in a different state. Oh, well, they are.
Oh, wait a minute.
This looks like a whole different night up there in Georgia, and obviously that turf is shining. Oh, wait a minute. We got a little sideline. And
it's good.
There's the touchdown is good, and now that top right, keep an eye on that Tokoi Creek game. Coach, I want to ask you a little bit about Tokoi Creek. Coach Harbison, they've built the program up over these last few years. We've actually kind of spent time with them from the inception of their program and how they built it in our Making of the Program series that we did. Stuart Weber did a great job with that. But I don't know what to expect every year from some of these teams. And last week, they were in a little bit of a barn burner with Westside. I think they won in overtime, but it's kind of early in the year. We don't really know how good Tokoi is, do we?
No, we don't, and we were surprised. Remember last week when we got that score, the overtime win. And again, a lot of things happen early in the year. Like you come off a week 1 win, and Westside gets beat week 1. I think they had run a clock on them week 1, and the kids watch the film and they're like, "Oh, these guys ain't no good. We just go out and go through the motions and stuff." And then you end up in a dogfight and everything. And that's just part of the kids growing and maturing and understanding week in and week out. What you've got to do to prepare for everybody, no matter if that team is 10-0 or 0-10. You got to prepare like, you got to respect your opponent. That's number one, but you got to prepare each week individually.
Hopping in on this Bishop Kenny Tokoi Creek game, Jelani Dawkins there with a nice pickup about 8. And hey, we got live action top left into the end zone, Oakleaf Knights. That is Sebastian Broughton, by the way. He changed his number to 0 this year.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. If I'm looking at that, am I looking at that right? That doesn't look like
No, that's
Sebastian.
Foy.
That's got to be Foy. Yeah, that's got to be Foy.
That's Foy.
I don't know why my roster has Sebastian Broughton as number 0 here, because
these coaches are trying to trick everybody on Max Prep's rosters.
Come on, guys.
But yeah, that was Foy.
Oh, because
right
I'm looking at Fleming Island and it was Oakleaf. That's why.
Oh yeah, I didn't even put that together either.
They're on different teams. All right, sorry, Deuce.
Sorry.
That's our boy Foy, who we've been following for many, many years. My great story with him from back when the Fletcher days, and Coach Foy was the strength and conditioning coach with the Senators. I was out there for Midnight Madness, and there's this little kid, 6, 7 years old, bouncing around saying, "Put me on camera, put me on camera." And I said, "All right, you do some dance moves, I'll put you on the show tonight." Sure enough, that was him right there scoring that touchdown. That's Christopher Foy's son. They call him Deuce.
Yes.
It's Christopher Foy the second. And Deuce, we did put him on the air for dancing that night, and here he is.
Now he's dancing in end zones.
Dancing into the end zone to make it 7-0. So yeah, that was Oakley scoring, not number 0 for Fleming Island.
Coach, what's the latest on Foy's recruitment? Do you know?
He does have some things going. He's got a couple offers from Menominee State. For sure, they took a visit this summer. I know they went up there. They've been to Albany State. They've been to a couple places. But I think he's going to go good. Got great grades, good athlete, big one-back body, which a lot of coaches like. But I think he'll definitely end up getting somewhere.
If you said Minot State, Ian Shields, former JU coach, is up there, I think, coaching that team. And so there's a little connection. By the way, that was Trenton Kelly for Tokoi Creek, who just fell on that football. And we had one of those situations, a fumbled snap out of the shotgun. And that, I think it was probably weather related, but it might also just been a little focus because you got to look that thing in on a night like tonight. And Tokoi Creek comes away with the turnover. So we have a sudden change situation up top right. That's Tokoi Creek, Bishop Kenny. Bishop Kenny leads 7-0. Oakleaf just took a 7-0 lead on the top left. And we've got two Georgia games with, well, Glen Academy's got the ball back after scoring, and here they go again. They're in Routland at home up there in Southeast Georgia. We're also keeping an eye on Yulee at Charlton County, and Yulee's been on the board now, and it's 15-7 in favor of Charlton. So we'll keep an eye on that the rest of the evening as long as it goes. And that's what we do here. This is how it works. We keep an eye on the games that are live. We give you peeks in at it. We'll try to keep up with the highlights. We'll also have some coaches on, and our coach is Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Famer, and he is providing some of the analysis. Back-to-back nights. The retired coaches might be a little bit overworked after last night's game and tonight. You got to have the stamina to do it, Coach. You can stay with us all night.
Oh, man, I'll be good tonight. I was worn out. I painted for about 4 hours today inside the house, so I was waiting for the day to come. I was waiting for the night to come, so I'd be like, oh, I got to get rest, Tim. I got to stop. So that's what I've been doing today.
That's
cleaning
awesome.
and painting.
That's awesome. All right, here's a look at Oakleaf and Fleming Island right here. It's 7-0 Oakleaf. Fleming will try to answer. They just kicked this thing off moments ago. And here's what we do on the Friday night Zone Blitz. We're going to take a break, but we go picture-in-picture so you can continue to watch this game through the break, and we'll update things as we go. If we do have an injury, which it looks like we might, switch that game over and or take the commercial full. So that's kind of how it works. Here are our rules here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. More with Kevin Sullivan, more with Stuart Weber, more from these games, more from last night's big game of the week, which was a wild one, and plenty of reaction to come. We're here until midnight. We take you all the way on this high school Friday night Zone Blitz. We'll be right back.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jax to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jax in your app store, either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jax 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms, whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV. You can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry, we still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms, from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel. Plus, check out our short reels on our TikTok. Action Sports Jax 24/7. It's on all the time and everywhere.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good.
Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching.
Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
Well, now we added the game. We got a handful of them, which is kind of how we planned the night. We might not have planned it to go this way, but we plan to be able to show you 5. And, well, we've got it. Top left, we just added Riverside against Orange Park. It's now 34-14 in the third. Marcel Robinson is there. Orange Park trying to make something happen. It was a 21-14 game. Oh, that's a nice ball. Almost a nice play. Almost had it. But now Riverside has scored a couple more times, and now 34-14. So OP trying to hang in there. In that top middle game, we're showing you Fleming Island and Oakleaf. At last check, Oakleaf scored pretty early in this one, 7-0. This game just kicked after 8 o'clock when we got on. Tocoy Creek, Bishop Kenny. We've had some big plays in this one. Bishop Kenny celebrating one right now, and they are leading 7-0 in this football game over Tocoy. And Tocoy had just taken the ball away before we went to break. But it looks like J.P. Donovan just came up with a big play now for the Crusaders, and they've got the football and driving, and we'll take that one full. Then we've got a couple of Southeast Georgia games, by the way, we're showing you on the bottom with Yulee and Folkestone, Yulee and Charlton County, and Glen Academy playing and winning big. So let's peek in on this one. Bishop Kenny, Tocoy Creek, Brett Martineau, Stuart Weber, our entire Action Sports Jax team, and that includes our Hall of Fame coach and an analyst, Kevin Sullivan, who's on the phone with us and joins us for the next couple of hours as we go through these live games. Slop Fest, try to take care of the football, Sully. It's a hard thing to do, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it definitely is here. And Tocoy Creek is getting some extra stuff in the back as far as bringing an extra lineman in, a fullback, maybe have a little H-back, just sort of powered it, trying to run right at Bishop Kenny. Straight ahead, nothing side to side so far. And then Kenny's just doing what they do.
Yeah, I'd asked you about Tocoy Creek. What do we know about Bishop Kenny? They got a big one looming, I think, next week against Bowles. What do you think about Tim Krause's club this year?
Well, I think, they've got a guy starting for the first time, James Razar up at Iowa. Been there all 3 years, graduated last year. New starting quarterback, running the ball a little bit more effectively. But, again, they have an established program, system established now, and they're just plugging and playing guys.
That was a nice play in the backfield there by Tocoy Creek. And number 51 for Tocoy Creek is Gavin Powell, the defensive lineman, listed as a freshman, getting some PT and making a play.
Yeah, tough sledding here. One thing is everybody sort of packing the box. Look at them, the defensive guys on both sides. The offenses are packed in, trying to run the ball with the extra back in there, and the defenses are packed in. So it's going to be a tough one. Somebody's going to have to, play action and throw one here soon.
Another flag there, and while they're assessing a penalty, let's take a look at the touchdown that we saw just a few moments ago from the Oakleaf and Fleming Island game, as Oakleaf on the road visiting one of their Clay County rivals. Here it is, just getting this thing started a little bit after 8 o'clock. The handoff to Christopher Foy II. They call him Deuce, taking off for 6. As Christopher Foy II deuce into the end zone. That's your opening touchdown, 7-0 the score for the Oakleaf Knights in a big Clay County matchup there.
Yeah, explosive play from about 36 yards out, it looked like, on a second down for Foy, and Deuce was loose for that one, and it's 7-0 in favor of Oakleaf. That could be a really good game. I mean, there's been some awesome games between those two programs the last few years, and Coach, heck of a rivalry, right? I mean, there's a lot of different rivalries brewing in the area, whether it's St. Johns County or Clay County, but I mean, those two programs, how quick they were able to get good on the football field, they've had some great clashes over the years.
Yeah, that's one of the premier rivalries in Clay County. And one thing good about Clay County, with the exception of one school, is they all seem to play each other. They all get in there, Orange Park and Oakleaf and Fleming. They all get in there and play each other, which is really good for the area and good for the football.
So we're keeping an eye on Oakley if they've got the ball again. Looks like in a pretty similar area where we showed the Christopher Floyd touchdown. Now they just got a penalty going backwards. So
can we jump over to Tokoi Creek and Bishop Kenny for me, please, up there on the top right, as we have Tokoi Creek back there to, oh. Does that count?
I think he should count.
Did the Kenny momentum carry him in? Okay.
That was pretty close, but I think that was a good call.
Oh, they're gonna say touchback.
I'm like, ref, what are you doing? You're fooling us here. He's walking
he's walking the line. He's walking the line for us.
Coach, what's the rule there?
Sure.
Can you not? Your momentum can't go in high school?
Well, I think he's got to have possession of the ball. It didn't look like he had possession when he went in. He sort of slid in. So if he would have grabbed it and stopped, I think it's there right there. Would have been right there.
Well, by the way, if you're looking down there in the bottom right up in Brunswick, Glen Academy has added another one. They're up 32 points in the second quarter on Bradwell Institute. So, yeah, I think Bradwell might have some night terrors tonight after playing the Red Terrors this evening.
Hey, you like his jokes, don't you? That's good.
Sully loves them. It's great.
He's getting better. He's getting better. He's getting better, Brett. He's getting better with his jokes. I like. He had some good ones last night, too.
Yeah, you call it better. I call it worse. Hey, well, it looks like we'll get a running clock in that game, though, in the second half. So good thing we do have some others to keep an eye on. Coach, I was going to ask you about the Tokoi Creek Bishop Kenny game. We're seeing 7-0, 6 minutes to go, 6.5, whatever, to go in the first half. Like, if you're coaching in this game, you get a 2-score game, you feel really good, right?
Yes. Yeah, just try to control the clock a little bit. I mean, that's the main thing in that. Get on the board and control the clock.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you're not going to throw it around. Like you were starting to say a little bit ago, I mean, everybody's kind of in a box. They're not going to just sling it all over the field in this kind of weather. It's going to be tough to execute that, which means the clock's going to probably move even faster in this game. Plays and possessions will be limited. So, I mean, the opportunity to get ahead by a couple, Oakley's already up a touchdown, or Bishop Kenny's already up a touchdown, on a night like this really is paramount because it's going to be tough to come back. And especially as the game gets a little bit later on. So Tokoi Creek's got the football right now, and there you can see, I mean, the snap was, that tells the story right there. The snap was bobbled as he tried to get a grip of it and then sailed it. It just was a busted play. There was no timing to it because of the slippery and slick football. As we continue to watch up in the top left there, too, Riverside and Orange Park. Riverside up 34-14 at last check, Stuart.
By the way, shout out to Duval County Public Schools and the field transformations. That was the first one to receive an artificial turf, and we all know that it needed it first.
Yes.
Riverside just turns into a sand pit by October each and every year. It used to, simply because they don't have a practice field there. So they practice on their game field and tear it up throughout the course of the week. And so they got that first artificial turf, and it looks good tonight, especially on a night like tonight.
Sully, you've been a big part of this in Duval County, obviously, with Jackson and Ed White and Atlantic Coast, places you stopped. But like that's not like an undertold part of the story here. I mean, you can't play football most likely at Riverside tonight, given the weather, if you don't have this turf field. And sooner or later, everybody in Duval County is going to have these turf fields, which make it doesn't minimize the weather, but at least it makes it tolerable and it doesn't put you out of business for a night.
Yeah, there's still a couple. They've done a really nice job, and they're placing them in sort of different areas and everything. But Mandarin and Ed White are two that should be getting done, because those fields are like Riverside's field as they get on in the year, and they don't drain very well. Those two, I'm surprised, have not been done yet. I know they're going to Atlantic Coast, and I believe Rebold are the next two.
Yep.
But that's a great thing. I'm glad to see it. And plus, like you said, it just helps with everything as far as cutting the grass and taking care of it and everything like that. Just makes it a lot easier on the coaches and everything.
Yeah, it's not a perfect solution, but it's a good solution. And I think especially we're seeing a night like tonight, because here's the other part of it. Coach, you get field like even, say, Tokoi Creek, what we're watching, or how bad that field was at St. Augustine. You go play on that thing might not recover for another month.
Right. Yeah, that's true, because you've got that playing, and then of course when soccer rolls around with soccer and everything, that's going to tear it up too. So I think it's the way to go. and hopefully they keep and continue and keep moving around to the different schools.
All right, let's not go blaming it on soccer now, okay? We can't. Let me defend my soccer people out there here.
Well, lacrosse as well in the spring,
Northeast
Weber.
Florida, you know, I mean, just got to defend my soccer people. I'm just saying. All right, hey, we have the recent touchdown for the Riverside Generals. If we could cue that bad boy up, here we go. This is a short little pass outside the Miles Kendrick, and just speed upon speed, outracing the defense, getting into the end zone does Miles Kendrick for Riverside. The route, by the way, on there at the backyard. That would make it 42-14 for the Generals.
Hey, Coach, we're going to have Corey Johns on in just a minute from Bartram. And Casey, we're going to do the same thing as we get that update on Riverside. Is there any chance we show and set this table up with some Bartram highlights from last night? We had that game live on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. And we'll buy you a little bit of time to get there before we get Coach Johns on. We just want to set the table, show everybody what happened last. A heck of a game, Weber. You called it along with Sully.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about momentum, and here you go. I mean, this was a tremendous game. 21-0 to start for Bartram Trail. Back came Ware County the other way with 21 straight to end that first half and tie it up. You saw Luke Hooks to his guy here by E.J. Methuselah, a little pick six action, defense getting involved in the act. It was tied up at that point when Ware County was able to take the lead. Then Arthur Lewis, the fourth. What a game for that young man. 2 super long touchdowns, had another short one as well. And Arthur Lewis got it to overtime. Here in overtime, after a touchdown by Ware County, Bartram scored and went for 2. Nico Dawkins into the end zone for the 2-point conversion.
Play, man. That play was bottled up.
So good, so good. Nico Hawkins able to get it in there, and yeah, I mean, get excited, folks. That was one heck of a way to end a football game. Might be game of the year already.
I think already.
Anytime you get an overtime thriller like that, just awesome. 43-42 your final score.
All right, so Corey Johns, the head coach of Bartram Trail, is on the phone with us right now. And Coach, you're with Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, and I think you'll be able to talk to Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach and analyst as well. But we just took everybody through the highlights. We had it live on the network last night. Heck of a football game. You still smiling here on the other end of the phone after that one?
Yeah, man. Wins are always good the next day, especially when you go to Georgia and do it. A little bounce back week. So I appreciate you guys having us on, man, and all the, everything you do. The show is awesome. So I know the kids really appreciate it.
Yeah, we love doing it, and we appreciate you on a Friday night. I don't know if you'd be have to go out with the fam or just put everything down on a Friday night, but we appreciate you taking a few minutes for us. You start off in that game 21-0. You give up the lead, and it's 21-21. You actually fall behind, but give us a state of your team like around halftime when it's 21-21.
Well, this is exactly what I told them. I was like, guys, it's a football game, if I told you before the game started it'd be 21-21 at halftime, we'd be perfectly happy with that. You can't let the situation dictate your attitude. So that's what we told them at halftime. The first half's over. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. We have to move on and, play the way we're capable of playing in the second half against a really good football team. And, our kids responded and did that.
And then, obviously, you kind of just hold the rope right at the end. And, I mean, we're seeing the play again. What a heck of a run. I mean, as you're watching that one live, because I was watching it live on our network from home, and I was like, oh, man, I thought you called the right play. And then all of a sudden, I was like, they bottled this thing up. And what a cutback. I mean, what's going through your mind? Can you take us back to what you were thinking as that play was going live last night?
Yeah, so as soon as we won the toss in overtime, we had talked about it on the headset. I told them, well, whatever happens, if they score or we get the ball, we're going to score. We're going to go for 2, and we're going to run that play. And if you look at it, I think we had it. Number 72 pulls around, and he doesn't turn up as tight as he should and block the alley player. And then I think Nico would have walked in if that happened. But that's the guy who ended up trying to chase him down. But the running backs are better athletes than I do, so I try not to tell them where to go. I just give them an aiming point and tell them to figure it out after that because they're both pretty darn good. So Nico did a great job of making that guy overcommit to the outside and then cutting back underneath and getting in the end zone.
Yeah, that was a heck of an individual effort now, and really fun to watch, and a heck of a win for you guys up there. And I won't ask you, I don't want to bring up the extracurriculars, but we had a little bit, there was some stuff, I mean, there was emotion. And I guess I'm just asking about that. There's so much emotion that goes into this high school stuff, right? And especially the Friday night, the work that gets put in the spring, the summer, and to go get a win like that. I mean, that bus ride home must have been pretty darn good.
No, the bus ride home was great, man. It was exciting. Our theme of the week was perseverance. We have a character theme every week, and perseverance happened to be it this week, and it was just be coincidence that we didn't play very well against Ponte Vedra last week. We didn't practice well. We didn't do the things that we needed to do last week, and that was our emphasis this week. And that game was the definition of perseverance for our kids. And, the ride home was enjoyable, man. And it's always fun with those kids anytime they get to do that. And, there is a lot of emotion that goes into it, a lot of work. And, things happen. So I think our kids did a really good job. And, it was just a great night all the way around, man, to go up there and in a good environment in a football-only town, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. Corey John's with us, Bartram Trail head coach. And Sully, it sounds like you can hear Coach, so why don't you talk to Coach a little bit and see what you got for him.
Hey, Coach Johns, I just got to apologize to you because it was 21-0, and I told Stewart on the broadcast, oh, man, we might get to a running clock tonight. This might be over fast. And then all of a sudden, bam, 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 and it's 21-20. It's 21-20, so I apologize for jinxing y'all. But your backs, I really like your backs. They really feed off each other very well. We know the quarterback, really good athlete, and throws the ball real well, big kid, but really those two backs. Tell us a little bit the difference between the two of them, if you don't mind, because I really enjoyed watching them.
Yeah, so I've been lucky enough to coach some really good running backs in my career. I've had 2, maybe 3 kids lead the state of Florida in rushing. I had 4 kids go over 2,000 yards in a season, and Arthur may be the best one I've ever had by the time it's over with. Arthur's pretty darn special, and he can just do things that other people can't do, man. His foot gets in the ground. He gets to full speed so quickly, and I think that sets him apart. And Nico's a great kid, man, a great story. He's waited his turn. He sat behind Lathan. He sat behind Arthur. He's just been back there waiting. And honestly, I didn't do a good job last year of getting him in the game because he was good enough. It was just hard for me to get him in with Lathan and Arthur and everybody else. So I told him that going into the season. Nico is low to the ground. He's powerful. He's smart, and he sees things very well up front and where to fit. And he's having a great season so far, man. I was happy for him that he ended up being the one to score the touchdown and the 2-point conversion because he's such a good teammate. I can show you film of him on the sideline when Arthur scores and he's jumping up and down. He's such a good teammate. It was good that it was him that it happened to last night.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to have. Sully, load up another question in a moment, but while we do that, if you still have a few minutes, Coach Johns, I just want to reset things, what everybody's watching here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 Network. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, Kevin Sullivan, and Corey Johns joining us from Bartram Trail after a big 43-42 win in overtime last night that you watched on the network live as we played that game. We called an audible and said, let's show this thing, and hopefully the Bartram fans got to see that one. It was a fun high school football game. But meanwhile, we're showing you Riverside Orange Park. Riverside's up big as that one winds down. Started at 6:30. The middle top is Oakleaf and Fleming Island. At last check, it was Oakleaf up 7-0. Top right is Tokoi Creek Bishop Kenny, and Bishop Kenny's up 7-0. All these games, those two games, started a little bit later. So we're going to hang with those through the second half. We'll see how they go. And then we're up in southeast Georgia. On the bottom left, it's Charlton County and Yulee. And I haven't seen a score in a bit, but it was 15-7 Charlton County at last check. And then, as you can tell, Glenn County is rolling tonight. That will be a running clock sooner than later. And there you can see top right, by the way, Tokoi Creek are getting ready for the halftime, 40 seconds away in a 7-0 game. All right, Sully, take it back. Thanks, guys, for being patient there. I just wanted to reset it.
Yeah, Coach Johns, the rest of the season going forward now, you got 2-1. The kids learned a big lesson last week. Now, as you progress the season, what's it looking like? Because I know it doesn't get any easier.
No, our schedule is always tough. I think that's a tradition that Coach Sutherland set, and I want to make sure that we continue and going to play good people on a continuous basis because I think it does our kids some good going forward in their careers, and it provides good high school environments and memories for those kids. So yeah, man, we've still got Nice, who's really good this year. We still got Tacoy, who you guys are watching right now, in our district. We still have Orange Park, who you guys are watching on there as well, and then obviously we always have St. Augustine and Buchholz. They're at the end of the season in week 9 and 10, which are going to be big weeks for us, and so obviously we have Creekside next week, which is always wild. They're playing a game right now, so they haven't turned over to us. But once that week starts, it's always interesting. So I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, 22-14 Spruce Creek at last check, according to our big board over here with all the scores from tonight. So Spruce Creek out to a 22-14 lead. By the way, Coach, if you want to watch that one, I think Schlick Sports has it on YouTube over there. Noah Schlicksup, friend of the program, one of the students calling the game for them tonight.
Coach, that must be the good thing, right? I mean, you can sit back on a Friday, do a little scouting right here, and we got everybody's games are on. You didn't get that 15 years ago, did you?
I didn't get that 5 years ago. What do you mean 15 years ago? 5 years ago, you couldn't get that. No, it's great, and I love it. Like I said, I've been dry. Coach Johnson and I are both dry tonight. He got his wet this last night. I don't do that anymore, so, I just hit the watch now.
Hey, Coach Johns, I'll leave you with this, and then let you go. We appreciate you taking a few minutes here after that big win. You replaced a legend down there, but it's now been a couple years. Have you settled in? Has this been a good move for you personally? And now do you feel like this program is kind of headed where you want it to, and the kids have kind of made the transition as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was one of the best things I've ever done. A lot of it had to do with my family being close and living here, down a little south in Putnam County, and being close to them for the first time in a long time. But as far as the move goes, our athletic director, Ben Wendell, is awesome. Like, he just does things that it matters to him. Like, we're building a team meeting room right now that, you guys should probably come check out, because I don't think anybody around here has one. There's some FCS schools that don't have the team meeting room like we're about to, have, and it's almost done here. And, just the administration, the kids, and everything, that it matters to them, and it's important. So it's been a great place for me. And then Coach Sutherland's been there. He's still on campus until he starts his new job with the county here coming up soon. And he's been awesome, man. He is who he says he is. I love the guy, and he's been nothing but help. And I think we're, going into year two, it's interesting. It's just changed a little bit, and because everybody's different people. But I think the kids are used to it, and we're going in the right direction, man. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the season, and getting to play some of these good teams that we have lined up coming up.
Coach Corey Johns, appreciate it, man. Go spend time with the family. Have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us for a few minutes. Good luck the rest of the way. All
right, I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good night.
Thanks, Coach. Great to have Coach on. We'll maybe visit with some other coaches and some that are off or some that have played. We'll look forward to next week. It's kind of a little balancing act right now for the coaches, too. But right now we're showing you Riverside Orange Park. Looks like got a couple penalties. Riverside in the red zone, and then Tocoy Creek.
Bishop Kenny in the red zone.
Crusaders were in the red zone, right?
Yeah, that was. We saw a nice run from Caleb Madison, pickup of about 10 in that game. So we'll jump back into that one when they resume the action. You just got to look at the scoreboard. Still 7-0 your score. So staying close. That one, Oakley Fleming Island, also still at 7-0. So a couple tight games, and then you have Glen Academy.
Yeah,
the Nightmare Terrors. The Nightmare Terrors tonight.
Yeah, and we added the game, right? You say the game we added again?
Down here and so we added bottom left. That is Old Plank Christian. Oh, let's see. Looks like we had a
nice
touchdown.
catch.
Going to say touchdown there for Bishop Kenny.
That's a nice play.
Oh, yeah, that is J.P. Donovan, who is jubilant. So I would say he...
Second time he's made the Friday night Zone Blitz already in the first hour of the show.
Yeah.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it looked like a good play in the end. Brian Middleton will help flip that around for us, and we'll be able to show it to you in live action, not just in the box. But that's a big score because they go up 2 scores. That's exactly what I was just talking about with Coach Sullivan.
Riverside more than 2 scores up, so they're just looking to add on to it some of the younger players. He's not the one who had it.
Where's the football?
There it is, in the end zone. Again, into the end zone again for Riverside. They were up 42-14 at the time, and number 10 would be Jaden DeLon. He is a sophomore quarterback, so getting you back up some time in the game there, and a touchdown on a Friday night. You love to see it. So as mentioned, bottom left, the new game to the program tonight. That is Old Plank Christian at St. Joseph's Academy. So Old Plank, first year ever playing 11-man football. They've been a power playing 8-man football. They jump up to 11-man, and they're 2-0 to start the season. St. Joe's 3-0 to start the season. So
awesome.
We got a camera there for Old Plank and St. Joseph for this one tonight down in St. Augustine. And here we go. Looks like the defenders taking a direct snap and pickup of a couple. I didn't see the down and distance on that one.
Now they're inside the 15-yard line right now. By the way, this is another game that started late. And if you're just jumping in with our Friday night Zone Blitz, we had a bunch of rain and then even some lightning in spots. A lot of cancellations, including the Bowl St. Augustine game we thought we'd show you. Also, Ed White West Side canceled and Fletcher Atlantic Coast. Those were 3 games we thought we'd be showing you. So we called an audible, and thanks to our photographers in the field and everybody for hustling around and probably getting soaking wet. But we bring you Old Plank St. Joseph. We obviously went back to the Riverside game. That wasn't initially planned to show the end of it, but we're doing that. And Oakley, Fleming Island, of course, we keep mentioning Bishop Kenny and Tilcoy Creek, too.
So, we got to jump. That's a penalty. That was Troy Howell, by the way, on that last carry for Old Plank. They have a 3rd and short, going to be 3rd and short plus 5 coming up here for the defenders, taking on the Flashes of St. Joe's, the fighting Cairo Santoses.
Coach, you've been doing this for a long time. For Cairo Santos, have had a nice career now in the NFL for a long time to come. But you take those small schools, right, and you go from like 8-man football to 11-man football. And we saw Bobby Ramsey build the program at Impact Christian. We've seen in the past, when I first got to town, Eaglesview was a big player in town. And now we've had this FHSAA and the SSAC and all those different things. But, I mean, is coaching the same either way? I know the numbers of players, right? Maybe the size of players could be different, but we got some splishing and splashing down there at St. Joseph. But is it all the same at the end of the day from a coach perspective?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's all the same. It's 11-man football, so you're going to coach the kids. You got what you got. Maybe you only have 25 on the roster, so you might have to be a little creative in what you're doing. But again, you probably got more kids that maybe are undersized, maybe the 5'8", 125-pound wide receiver, defensive back type a deal, where if he was at one of the other bigger schools, he wouldn't get on the field, wouldn't get to play. It's always good. And I think coaches that coach the kids, and it's just part of what it is. I mean, and Old Plank, first time playing 11-man football and being competitive. So it's good. And they're in that SSAC or SSAA, whatever the league is, both of these teams. So they get a chance to compete, playoffs, and those things. So I think it's great. Anytime we got kids playing, it's always good.
Yeah, of course. And the nice part about these kind of leagues, or now you get these smaller schools all together, is you can be competitive in your own lane. Which is so much better than me. All the work that these kids put in, and listen, you want to play good competition, but you also don't want to be losing games 54-10 every week or 54-3. That's not really that fun. So, and I'm not saying these guys would, but just overall, I think that's why that different class, we try to do it with classifications, but it doesn't always separate, is the point. So go play football on a Friday night. It's like what I say about college, coach. That's why we started Committed to the Uncommitted, which we'll get to a little bit later. I was like, go play. Everybody gets wrapped up in Division I. Just keep playing. Go play. It's a fun experience. It's a different experience. It's a new experience. I don't care if you go in NAIA, Division III up north, Division II, whatever. JUCO, go play, right?
Yeah, play as long as you can, too. If you get done and you can play in the Arena League for 4 or 5 years, make a little money, keep playing, because eventually it's going to end.
Yeah, absolutely. Does that, what just happened there in the
Fareed Coleman there for Oakleaf. Looks like a big pickup for the Knights, and they're going to be knocking on the door here against Fleming Island. They already lead this thing 7-0 against the Golden Eagles, and looking for more. Our Coach Foy and his Knights of Oakleaf.
Coach, I know you're very close with Coach Foy. Obviously hired him at Jackson. You guys go way back and continue to talk to him. Does he liked this football team when we had him in for after the game, right? I mean, he's pretty confident about this year and what they've got.
Yeah, again, it's his second year, and they're going to be big and strong in the weight room guys and everything like that. And doing a really good job as far as getting all the kids involved. And the kids want to be there and want to play for them, everything. That's like such a good neighborhood school as far as the middle school's right there. And he looks at the middle school kids starting in January. And so you can really get it going and build that program the way he wants to. And I think that's what you're seeing now in year 2.
All right, let's do this. We're going to take a timeout here on the show. It looks like we had a timeout, Oakley Fleming. Let's keep that game up just in case they score during our timeout. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Our entire crew.
I was ready to go. I was running.
Go do what you got to do, Weber.
Running. Here we go.
Just go do what you got to do. We'll update the scoreboard as well. And we've got more and hopefully some more coaches checking in over the next hour. Just hour one, almost in the books. We'll be back on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. And you're keeping an eye on Oakley Fleming Island.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
When you think sports, you think Action Sports Jax, the official station of the Jaguars, on location for every game. But the most experienced team in town doesn't stop there. From high school football to the big events in the area, Action Sports Jax is always on. Now, we take that to a new level. Action Sports Jax 24/7 is around-the-clock coverage of the teams you love and the moments you can't miss. The best local sports in Jacksonville on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Streaming right now on Action News Jax.
Let's get your morning started.
It's local.
Take a look at this surprising video.
It's breaking. It's weather 24/7.
I gotta keep you guys safe.
It's original.
More trucks, more food.
It's entertaining. Now it's new and free.
'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Everywhere, anytime. Stream Action News Jax wherever you watch.
All right, we're taking a look at a couple of ball games here. Orange Park and Riverside about to wrap up. The Generals in control of that game. A little bonus coverage as we went back there because the rain cleared. But that one will be winding down as a helmet goes flying. And then it looks like we're going to try a field goal, which is always a testy thing on a night like this, in Oakleaf and Fleming Island. So we'll take you live. Give a little love to the field goal kicker. I got to get his name. Hold on. Wait a minute. Don't kick it yet, fellas. All right. I love giving a little love to the field goal kicker. Oh, no, another flag. Lining up the special teams. Always a problem, Sully.
Yep. Yeah, they got him to flinch a little bit on that. It looked like the guy over the next to the center just got him to move a little bit as he sort of lunged at him. You got the footing on this kick. You know, it's already 27, 30, 32-yarder maybe, and then backing it up 5 more with the footing being that way. So this will be a tough one here.
Well, they actually moved it.
Called it the other way.
Yeah, it was the other way. So now we wonder, will they kick? And it looks like they still will kick. I want to get Coach Steve Price from Ponte Vedra in just a moment, but let's see if they make this kick from 27 yards out on a wet night. Oakleaf trying to go up, we believe, 10-0. Ooh, came off the edge pretty good, but didn't get it, and that is good. So nice job by that young man. That's number 25. Let's see if we can get him some love. Andrew McDade, senior. kicker makes it good. Some field goal love here on a Friday night on the Zone Blitz for Oak Leaf as they go up 10-0. And now we welcome in Steve Price from Ponte Vedra, the head coach. Their game against Baker County postponed tonight, so a little free time for Coach, and we appreciate him spending a few minutes with us. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, our coach Kevin Sullivan along, and Coach Price, thanks for jumping in. What a bummer to have a rainy night and your game canceled, huh?
Yeah, it's an odd feeling sitting here at the house on a Friday night in the fall, for sure.
Yeah, what went into the decision, and it probably was the right decision with all the rain we saw come down tonight, but can you take us through that process and how you keep everybody in the loop and ultimately get to, hey, let's move this thing to our bye week, I think, in early October?
Yeah, so throughout the week, we struggle with our field right now with the drainage of our field, just where our school was built and just the soil we have and stuff. And so we're always very conscious of, the weather and the amount of rain we're getting. So Wednesday, we realized we had been getting a whole lot of rain. And then Thursday was, at least in Ponte Vedra area, we got a ton of rain. And so we talked to Coach Kevin May out of Baker County, and we realized that we both had the same off week, which hardly ever happens. And so it just kind of seemed like, and we really wanted to play it tonight, but the more it rained, the more we really, knew it wasn't going to be good. And thinking about the safety of our kids and playing on a real wet and muddy field and all that, and knowing that we could make up the game in October, we actually decided Thursday night to postpone the game, and I fully expected, once we did that, I fully expected it to be sunny and nice all day Friday, because that's usually what happens. But it seems like most of the people in our county have had to postpone or cancel games. We've just gotten a whole bunch of rain.
Yeah, Coach Price with us from Ponte Vedra. Let me just ask you one more question about that part or the week, because it's been so rainy. Did you get a normal week of practice in? And in a way, if you didn't, is this a little bit of a blessing where you might have been not as prepared as you wanted to be?
Yeah, we, on Labor Day, we did get a good practice in, and then Tuesday we got a good practice in, but then Wednesday we were actually confined to the gym and weight room and film on Wednesday, and then Thursday we had our walkthrough, getting ready for Friday. But Wednesday's a big work day for us. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are our major work days in practice, so losing that practice was a concern for sure.
Yeah, I bet so. Coach Sully, talk to Coach Steve Price if you guys can hear each other.
Hey, Coach Price, how we doing?
I'm good, Coach Sullivan. How are you?
Hey, doing good. Hey, really, coming off week one, we were really impressed last week's win. We had you on the Zone Blitz, and we got to watch the game. Your kids really seemed ready to play last week. They were probably a little disappointed after week one. Take us through that, if you don't mind, last week's big win.
Yeah. Well, opening up with the East in that rivalry game, you're always really concerned about what that's going to do, just emotionally, whether you win or lose it. It's just such an emotionally taxing week. And, East is a really good football team this year. And they took it to us there week one. But I think it says a lot about our kids that, they came back, had a great week of practice. Really couldn't tell, during practice, you probably wouldn't be able to tell whether we had won or lost the previous week. It was very businesslike and came out. I thought we had a great plan. I thought our kids executed really, really well. And, made some plays down the stretch that were able to win the game. And I was proud of that. It's been a long time since we've been able to beat Bartram, and they've obviously got a good football team this year. They won a fantastic game last night against Ware County. Ware County is a tough place to play, and to walk come away with a win. That says a lot about Bartram's team. So I was proud of our kids. We've got a big one coming up next Thursday. We start our district, or next Friday we start a district there against Beachside. I think Beachside's won 11 in a row. Coach Duffy's got them playing really well. So it's going to be a great game for us. Both of us, I guess, will be coming in a little bit fresh since both of our games got canceled or postponed here this weekend.
Sully, I want you to continue this conversation with Coach Price. Steve Price with us from Ponte Vedra. We won't keep you too much longer, Coach, but we appreciate you taking some time on a Friday night. I want to catch people up a little bit. We just saw Fleming Island score a touchdown, and that was Trace Burney. There were a couple of plays, a beautiful play where he went across the field for a big gainer. Then he ends up in the end zone as well. We got ourselves a football game, 10-7. At Fleming Island, Oakleaf leads by 3 with 4:49 to go in the first half. Again, that one started after 8 o'clock because of the weather tonight, but we're going to get ourselves a pretty good finish, and we'll have it for you on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network live here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. That's what we do. That's a part of it. You can also keep an eye on some of the scores that we have going on from around the area, and we'll continue to catch you up on all the action. Riverside just went final with a running clock. I believe the final there was 54-14. Marcel Robinson catching up with the coaches and getting some posts. So that's where we stand as Stuart Weber walks back in. But Sully, take it away with Coach Price. We'll keep him for another couple of minutes if he doesn't mind.
All right, Coach. So you've got the big one with Beachside district game, their first district game because they haven't played in the district for 2 years. Coach Duffy's been there. So you've talked about that a little bit. Tell us about some of the guys defensively have been really playing well for y'all.
Yeah, I've been probably one of the real strengths of our team, I think, is our offensive line, but then also our defensive line. Our defensive line is really, we really have a good group that we can rotate 6 guys through there. They played really, really good against Bartram. They're led by a 3-year starter for us, Robbie Preco. Robbie plays defensive end, plays a little defensive tackle. And then we've got Riker Kemp is another defensive end, and Reese Beck. Riker's about 6'5", and Reese is 6'6". They're great football players. And then inside we've got J.P. Dolan, who's just a tremendous football player, and Kristen Purnell. So we end up rotating those guys quite a bit. I think rushing the quarterback is very taxing, and getting those guys rotating in has been very good for us. Our leading tackler is back from last year, Talon Babin. He's our middle linebacker.
Right.
Really good football player. We've got our Sam, our outside linebacker, is J.M. Pollock. J.M. wears the number 20 for us, and historically that's the number 20 is a special number for us at Ponte Vedra High School, and J.M. is a tremendous player, tremendous student, and represents that number. We are young in the secondary. Last year we had 6 guys in the secondary. They were all seniors, and they all rotated throughout the year. So we are young in the secondary. They're improving every week. It's going to be a great challenge against Beachside. Beachside's got a great offensive football team for sure. Their quarterback does a nice job. They've got a couple of real nice receivers, and of course, Pete Duffy's about as good as you can get as far as coach.
Well, we're watching this Fleming Island Oakleaf game 10-7 late in the first half, and Steve Price with us. All right, I got 2 quick ones. How good is that Shark Tank there? How impressed have you been since you got to Ponte Vedra with the crowds that show up, the support? It's a cool place to go. Really, every place in St. Johns County strikes up a pretty good crowd, don't they?
Yeah, they sure do. I love it. I absolutely love it. The environment every Friday night, whether it be, at Bartram or Nice or Creekside or St. Augustine, the people in our community support our kids and our teams, and when we play each other, it's pretty incredible.
One last one. Can you give us an update? We haven't caught up yet with them on your big offensive lineman, Jake Guerrero, who went to Michigan. What's the latest on him? Have you talked to him? How's he doing?
Yeah, in fact, I was up there last week for the home opener. It was a great experience. He's doing well. He did not play last Saturday, but he did dress. He's doing really well. I think he's running most of the time with the 2s and 3s, and seems like he's right on track. Boy, he's put on a lot of really good weight. He was really big for us, but it looks to me like he's put on about 25 or 30 pounds of good muscle, and I think he's setting himself up for a really good career there.
Yeah, he seems like he's got an NFL body, and hopefully he continues to grow and increase his game and give himself a chance. But what a great experience to play up there in Michigan. We got an interception in the Fleming Island game. Coach Steve Price, we're going to let you run. Have a great weekend. Thanks for jumping in for a few minutes.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for what you do for football.
You bet. Thank you for calling in. How about that? Who was that?
Yeah, David Smith flying in, pulling it in for the interception for Fleming Island, as a little momentum is turned in that one. Obviously, Oakleaf comes out and scores early. Let's look back before that great defensive play. How about a great offensive couple of plays for the Fleming Island Golden Eagles? You saw it a moment ago. Let's take you back there. And
that's a cool play by Trace Burney.
All right, Trace Burney.
Look at that. Oh, shake that. Watch him go all the way across the field. I thought he might be gone. He sheds a tackler, but I think that bumped him enough from being able to get the edge.
He's probably getting a little tired, too, after running for
not too tired, because like a play or two later, this happened.
Okay, here we go. A couple plays later. So Sebastian Broughton in at quarterback. And, behind the defense. That'll work.
Yep, that will work.
Touchdown there for Fleming Island as that one nears the end of its first half. And, hey, we're getting back to the action, by the way. That's
here they go again.
Yeah, another play there for Fleming Island. Top right, or right on your screen, excuse me. You've got Tocoy Creek just kicking off here the second half against Bishop Kenny. Down 14-0. Crusaders leading that one 14-0. So good to have the second half of that one underway.
Sully, I wanted to ask you a little bit about this, because Oakley's up 10-0, then they gave up a touchdown, but they were aggressive, and in doing so, they turned the football over, and we just have a couple minutes left in the half, so huge momentum shift.
Yeah, big momentum shift, and just like last night, the Mo in high school goes back and forth, and the kids start getting fired up because Fleming needed some life, man. They needed some life.
That was a big defensive play right there by Oakleaf, as they were able to corral Sebastian Broughton on that play and at least stymie them for a moment. It looked like Aiden Justilian, the defensive end senior, was able to bring down Sebastian Broughton, and maybe we got a timeout on the field now with just the final moments of the first half. And now we got a big play here for Tocoy Creek. Boy, I thought that was intercepted for a second, Stuart.
By the way, I thought, Coach, I thought momentum only shifted when Coach Sully goes and says something like, "Oh, it's a fast game. We're going to be out of here quickly." I thought that was the only time when it shifted, but I guess not.
I told Coach Johns that when we had him on. I apologized to him. As if I would have said anything, they would have I had to run and clock him and out of there faster last night. So I did apologize to him for saying that.
Good stuff. That's Ryan Kilmer, by the way, as your quarterback for Tocoy Creek. Just found Logan Patterson a moment ago. Kilmer, by the way, has a nice handoff up the middle. Kilmer had a chance to be part of the coin flip along with Sebastian Broughton, the two of them at a Jaguars game in the preseason as part of Jaguars prep. Those two local quarterbacks both had a chance to be at the coin flip, which is really cool.
That is
some honorary captains.
And, of course, the picture everybody's been waiting for.
And the picture of Kilmer next to Trevor Lawrence, both with the long, luscious locks of blonde hair. You know, you gotta do the comparisons of sunshine and sunshine whenever you can.
Poor kid. He's got every comparison. He's had the hair for a while. He didn't do it because of Trevor Lawrence, and he's got comparisons to Trevor Lawrence. And there we go. Oh, who was that breaking loose? Is that Broughton?
That is.
I didn't know it was 8 or 0. My eyes are getting bad, but he's still good.
He can go too, man.
Broughton, man. Yeah, he turned on the Jets right there. They do have some burners, including Burney and now Broughton. And now we've got a Fleming Island Golden Eagle lead in front of our eyes. That momentum has shifted no matter what Coach Sully said.
Yeah, without a doubt. By the way, Broughton, nickname of Worm. If you're wondering why his nickname is Worm, it's because he would have a little dangle of hair from the front of his helmet that looked a little bit like a worm. And so they called him Worm, and it stuck.
I guess so. There you go.
There you go.
It's not bad. Like, how many people get called Worm, you know?
Not a lot.
It's a great night for worms.
Yes, good night to be a worm, for sure. It should be his touchdown celebration, by the way. Can you do the worm? You'd get flagged.
You'd get flagged. Go to the sideline and do it.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so
great.
PAT no good, by the way. So that keeps it a 3-point game. They retake the lead 13-10, but PAT no good. So just a field goal lead for Fleming Island at home. As we head back to Tocoy Creek, pass across the middle, nearly intercepted. He knows it.
There are bodies everywhere.
That was just that fall down, and I could have had that for Andrew Clifford of Bishop Kenny. That close to an interception off the deflection.
Yeah, and that was 4th down play, by the way, too. So now
counts the same.
Bishop Kenny takes over as they're just playing in a mud pit. It was really raining at halftime. Time to give us a little shout out to our photographers out there.
Yeah.
Jason Hamby is down at this game. He's been working since 1 o'clock this morning. I hope he took a nap this afternoon, and then he comes back and helps us out. So we appreciate him and sticking it out in the rain. Like all our other folks, Olivia Tassley's at the Oakley-Fleming game, and that looks like it's going to be a good one. We're going to show you probably right down to the finish of that all night long here on the show. And Marcel Robinson, he went to Waycross yesterday, obviously going to Miami with us and going to the Jags tomorrow. And a couple of stops, he went Riverside, then over to West Side. They canceled West Side, and then he went back to Riverside. Yeah. So he's heading back to the station. Somewhat of an easy night for Marcel compared to last night, probably. Who else we have out there, Weber?
Oh, we got a big play there, top right. This is Bishop Kenny, and off to the races.
I think he was in.
I think he was in? Well, let's hope he was in for his sake. Otherwise, Caleb Madison might be running some gaskets later. He got the wet hands there. Hey, by the way, that's one of the officials that worked with you on the St. Augustine game.
That's right. Why didn't we pull that thing out yet?
Yeah, we should run that during one of these when we get a slow moment. But you see Caleb Madison there.
I get nervous when Brent's in the referee uniform.
Yeah, I know.
That's right.
That wasn't a good look. Those guys are awesome, though. I tell you what, I do have a good new respect for them. You need a lot of reps at that to be able to get good at that and not be second guessing yourself for sure. But big play by Madison. What's the score there now? Is that
makes
21
it 21 now with the
21,
the extra point was good there a moment ago.
That'd be a nice win for Bishop.
There's your scoreboard asking ye shall receive.
That's going to be a nice win for Bishop Kenny.
Yeah, definitely. 21-0, early third. Now, 21-0 is not an insurmountable lead, right, Sel?
No, not at all.
Well, that was in the first quarter.
That was in the first quarter. They still have a full half.
What do we have up here?
Show the video.
We'll stay with the games first, and then we got this one's getting close to halftime. We'll be able to show the scores in a moment. I was getting ahead of myself, but this one's 13-10, by the way, in favor of Fleming Island, and I think there was under 2 minutes to go. It looks like they're hurrying up, so maybe they're going to make an effort to get a score on the board here before half. Oh, now there's a timeout.
There you go. You wanna come out here to the scoreboard and let's take a look at some of our scores from around the area. There you go. Yeah, bring it big. You don't need to put my face up there.
No,
West Nassau, big, 39-0. Columbia pitching a shutout against Hillsborough. That's in the fourth quarter. We mentioned Riverside. That's now done. That was a running clock at the end. Rains with a 32-23 lead over Trinity Christian. I believe that might have been 23-16 at one point, something like that, Trinity. So Rains has strung together some nice plays there. Charlton County and Yulee, 15-7, still the score up in Folkestone. And hey, good for Bradwell. You know what? We don't cover Bradwell, but good for them. Good for you. Good for you guys.
They scored.
They get a touchdown. Does Bradwell Institute down 45 now to 12 up in Brunswick against the Glen Academy Red Terrors.
Here, a couple other scores. Keep an eye on. Well, you don't have to show them, but I mean, we can too. Mandarin's up 20-0 now. Who knows what the score is now? Who knows if they even got delayed or whatever? I'm not sure on that one. But
Mike Norvell
was there, Florida State coach. But his quarterback that's committed there is Tremel Jones. Looks like he's out for a good portion of the year, if not the year. And this is a little bit important game for Mandarin, wasn't it, Coach, to get the new quarterback, the freshman quarterback, some reps, get him comfortable. They've got a big stretch coming up against teams like Bradford. I think even next week that might be the Mandarin-Bradford game.
Bradford next week, yep. At Bradford next week, and then IMG the week after.
So this was kind of big, right, to get his feet wet, and that's not a problem on a night like tonight, but at least get some comfortable as he's going to be the guy going forward.
Yeah, without a doubt. Young kid, freshman kid, and, tonight will be a good thing to get, like you said, get his feet wet and know what's going on, and then he'll get to play that really good Bradford team defense next week. So it's going to be, they're going to have to do a good job using all their weapons from now on out and just make sure the quarterback just takes care of the ball and doesn't do too much and let the kids around and playmakers make the plays.
I don't know if this is like AI or something, but I said Mandarin and the score got updated, so it's now 27-0. It works like our phone, maybe.
Also Yulee with another touchdown, pulling within 1 point at Charlton County. That's now a 15-14 game.
Bradford, by the way, up 14-0 over South Sumter. Another score I was just looking at that I'll get an update on Spruce Creek Creekside. I think that might have been in a delay. I think I saw with Noah that game was in a delay. Camden County Rebuilt, 21-6 game, at least according to ScoreStream. Again, these are put in by fans, so sometimes they trail behind exactly where they are. And we also don't know about the delays and everything else because of the weather.
We know Tommy Williams will give us a score update
Yes,
at the end of the game. By the way, that is one of the best things we can get. We get a score every week. We know it's coming. Shout out to Tommy, by the way, still on the mend. Up there supporting his Camden County Wildcats and providing us scores with high lit up scoreboards. They're putting up 40, 50, 60 points. It's been a lot of offense for the Wildcats this year.
All right, as you can tell, top left, Olivia was just showing us that game going to halftime with Fleming Island and Oakleaf, and it's 13-10 in favor of Fleming Island. They scored 13 points in the last 5 minutes of the first half. Bishop Kenny, Tocoy Creek. This one's 21-0 in favor of Bishop Kenny. You know, the impressive thing here, Coach, about the Crusaders, I think I didn't know how this was going to go anyway, but I think you could get caught looking ahead a little bit when you got a big one next week against Bowles.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, Bowles getting canceled tonight, so if they had anybody dinged up or anything, they'll have them fresh, ready to go. But, they've been pretty impressive, Bishop Kenny, this year, starting 3-0 if they continue to win this game after graduating a pretty good nucleus of kids last year. So good job by Coach Krause and Coach Mack there running the defense.
James Davis III, by the way, you saw while Coach was talking on a big hit. He delivered it. They called it an incomplete pass, not a fumble, so that saves Tocoy Creek at least for the moment. But this is a game being dominated 21-0 in a muddy, rainy night over there at Tocoy Creek by Bishop Kenny. On the top right, Old Plank Christian playing St. Joseph Academy, so we get a chance to show you that one. And on the bottom, that was Glenn Academy that looked like every time they touched the ball, they might score again, and they might have. I don't think they did, but they came close. Meanwhile, we got to punt this game. How about we do this? We take a timeout?
Yeah.
We get another break in, and I think we'll continue to show you this one. Bishop Kenny, Tocoy Creek, while we're in commercial break. Thanks to Jason Hamby for showing us that. We'll be right back on the Friday night Zone Blitz.
New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jax to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jax in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jax 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms. Whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV, you can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry. We still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel. Plus, check out our short reels on our TikTok. Action Sports Jax 24/7. It's on all the time and everywhere.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
Well, there you take a look at all 4 games, and I think we just saw a touchdown at the top left. Here we're getting an extra point during the break. That was Jelani Dawkins for a touchdown for the Bishop Kenny Crusaders, and that lead increases to potentially 28-0 if this goes in, and arms up. Yes, it does. 28-0 is the score of that one, and one of the games we're keeping an eye on. And these were the games that were supposed to be featured tonight. Now, let me update you here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz with Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, our head coach Kevin Sullivan, and analyst, Hall of Famer, Bowles St. Augustine. It was going to be a great game, right? We thought it was, especially if it was dry. That didn't take place because they canceled that one. No word if that one will be played down the road. I'm wondering if they'll work on it. We'll see. I just don't have word on it yet. Oakley, Fleming Island, we're showing you that. That's at halftime. 13-10, Fleming Island in the lead. Bishop Kenny, Tokoi Creek, we just gave you the update on it, and you saw the touchdown in the commercial break as we went side by side. Ed White West Side was postponed as well. Tonight, Fletcher Atlantic Coast was postponed, and Sully told us that one will be played at 6 o'clock on Monday. So a little Monday night football in that one between Fletcher and Atlantic Coast, and I think you'll be able to catch that game on YouTube. I think, I don't want to speak out of school here, but Coach Professor Cush has been putting those on with his team of kids, and we'll see if they continue to do that. Charlton County just scored 21-14 to take the lead, and that's the game you're seeing, not take the lead, but expand their lead in the bottom right. So we catch you up, we reset it, and we keep going. So how about we show you some highlights from earlier, and this is Hilliard and Paxton. And Coach, you got to love this right off the rip as these guys get going. How about, I think there's 2 number 6s, but I'm going to give it to Ethan Garland. He's kicking off. They start the game with an onside kick. You ever call one of those, Sully?
Oh, heck yeah, all the time. Got to love it. Got to have the onside kick.
Perfectly executed as well. So very nice job. Well done by those guys. I'll take you through some of these highlights. They're kind of long highlights, guys, because I knew, well, we could show a bunch here in our 4-hour extravaganza. Paxton with the football. They almost scored on a couple of long plays, and here's one of them. They're going up top. I thought this was a touchdown, but at the last second, look, it was Garland again, I believe, that just ripped that away. Kenyon Gardner, I thought he had it for a touchdown. Would have been a heck of a catch. And then a little bit later in this possession, right in front of me, that's number 2 now, DJ Alderman, and he knocks the ball away. He found it. But a little bit later on, there's Kenyon, the Jet Gardner, who, by the way, will be featured in our Committed to the Uncommitted later tonight in the 10 o'clock hour. He gets in the end zone, and that's 6-0 in favor of Paxton. Meanwhile, trying to come back is Hilliard, and Cale Libby looked like he was going to get sacked. He throws it up, and, well, that's why they list DJ Alderman as an athlete. He's able to get it at 5'5", finds the ball, makes the play. And then, right before I left, there goes the Jet again. Sully, this guy can fly. We're going to talk about him later on, but look at him go.
Yeah, he can really run. I watched, like I said last week when I watched some of that film and everything on him. You said he's 4.38. Coach Brown said he's 4.38. Ran had a couple of college combines and stuff. So, yeah, he can definitely go.
All right, so there you catch up on Paxton Hilliard. It's 14-0 when I left after a 2-point conversion. Don't have an updated score on that one. I don't think we had, so we'll keep you posted. And obviously, coming up, a full rendition of the Friday Night Blitz 1 hour from now, right here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, also on TV on Fox 30. So we'll have that in all the games that were played. We had a lot of cancellations, a lot of games that have started late. We're able to show you a bunch of these games. Bottom right, Charlton County, 21-14. So Yulee right in this thing. They were down 15-0. They clawed back in, and now Charlton County extends the lead. Glenn County, bottom left, they are routing their opponent tonight. That is Bradwell, and there's only a few minutes to go in the third, I guess. But that clock will keep running, I assume, with the way that scoreboard is.
I think when it gets to the fourth quarter, automatic, yeah.
And then in our top right, that is Old Plank and St. Joseph. That was a game that we kind of fell into because they were playing. So we did that. And Bishop Kenny, Tokoi Creek is the other game we're showing you. We've been showing you this one. We'll catch up with Fleming Island Oakleaf when they come back from halftime. But this game right now, all Crusaders, and Sully and I were talking about it before the break. This is going to be an impressive win for the Crusaders. And then they get they get Bowles next Friday. That is at home. That's on the river, I believe, too. So some nice momentum built early in the season from Coach Krause as they had to reshuffle the deck a little bit. And I also wonder, Coach, when you sit through a night like tonight, the game gets delayed. You say, okay, we're going to play. You end up bringing it. That might build a little camaraderie, right? A little chemistry going into that game.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And again, you're always going to get adversity. You never know when the game's going to get delayed and how kids are going to respond, and they're responding well tonight.
Absolutely. BK is up big, 28-0 is the score of that one here on our Friday night Zone Blitz. One other reminder about the coverage that we have. We've been on since 8 o'clock. We go until midnight. It's a little bit of like overtime at 11:35 to midnight after our second TV edition of the Blitz. But at 11 o'clock, we show 15 minutes of the bands. So moms and dads and kids and everybody that knows anybody in the bands, we'll have some featured schools tonight in the bands, and we do that each and every week. Really fun last week to be able to let that play and go for 15 minutes, and we're going to let the music play once again tonight at 11 o'clock on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. So a lot of this coverage you can see only here on the network, which is on actionnewsjax.com, the Action News Jax app. We do play some on social media. Our Friday night Blitz coverage you can still see on TV, Fox 30 at 10:30, 11:15 on CBS 47 and Fox 30. Catch us up, Weber. What have you been doing?
Getting stuff ready for the Friday Night Blitz. We're throwing some highlights together. By the way, those bands tonight, we've got Andrew Jackson, Trinity Christian, and Barking Trail will be our featured bands of the night. So plan accordingly, folks at home, and get excited.
Get excited. And one other note, this will replay on the network Saturday and Sunday multiple times. So if you do miss it or you're out and about in a game or you get word that your kid's on or something, you can check it out again on Saturday and Sunday, and even a little bit on Monday on our replays on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Yeah, we got real estate. We got some real estate to fill.
We do.
So we're happy to showcase some of that stuff for the folks at home. But yeah, man, we're just throwing some of these highlights together, getting everybody excited. I love that we got a little halftime performance going on there up at Fleming Island. Looks like the cheerleaders doing their thing.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that today. Like, do you cancel or you postpone the halftime stuff?
I think some of the bands might.
Some of them do, yeah.
Yeah, some of the bands do. Sometimes they maybe wait till after the game so that they're not tearing up the field mid-game too.
Yeah.
That's certainly part of it. But if you have like an artificial turf, hey, no problem.
And you're okay.
Get out there, go do your thing for sure now.
We don't have a score on the Old Plate game, right, St. Joseph?
Oh, I do. Give me 2 seconds. I will pull that up.
I've got 3 hours, about 2.5, something like that. So
last check I had was 15-8. I believe St. Joe's. We
got a lot of scores coming in.
It's one of the two. It's either St. Joe's or Old Plank, leading 15-8.
There he goes again, Sully. There he goes again.
He's getting there. Hey, you know what's funny about this St. Joe's game is, they're playing. They got a bunch of rain. We got puddles, but then, a mile down the road they canceled because of the monsoon downpour rain at St. Augustine. So it's just crazy how the weather can be so bad at one spot and okay in the other spot where it's playable.
Yeah, scattered. I think we call those scattered storms.
Yes.
From our first alert weather team. You never know where the heavy rain's going to fall. I know, Brent, we were talking about it the other day, where what we were getting in one part of St. Johns County versus up here towards the station, where completely different rain totals all over the area.
Yeah, I mean, I think even Mike Bursch. Gosh, we should put the radar up and get Bursch on. But I think I saw his rain total. This was 2 days ago. I think it was like 10 inches somewhere around E-Town, and then like 4 inches somewhere else. So yeah, like you were saying, that's.
By the way, don't tempt Bendetti. I feel like he could pop that up there. Brian, our director, probably would be able to pop up a little weather radar. See, look at go. There you go.
See, Bendetti's a good listener.
See.
It looks like it's getting out into that ocean, isn't it?
A couple hours late, but that's...
Max won a rainfall total. There we go. There you go, Bendetti. So we sit here and play Mike Burrish for a moment or two.
Yeah.
Sully's probably always wanted to do that. Look at this. Look at that. Tuesday through Thursday. See 10 inches of rain in Mandarin.
Wow, yeah.
How are they even playing tonight?
I don't know.
That's at Mandarin. That field's not great, right, Coach?
Oh, no, that's not great, that field at all.
I think Mike Norvell's helicopter might have dried it out. Remember a couple years ago when they were using our helicopter from Action News Jax was helping the Gator Bowl?
They did.
The Gator Bowl to dry out the field over at Everbank Stadium.
That's good memory right there, yeah.
When it wasn't chasing Nick Foles, it was helping dry off the field.
Easy, don't get yourself in trouble.
I'm not.
Bosses might be listening.
It's factual. I'm not. I didn't say anything bad about it. We followed him in.
It was kind of fun.
Yeah, it was a good day.
Leonard Fournette.
It was kind of like a little bit like this, right? We're live tracking and following the entourage. By the way, Glenn Academy has just scored again.
That's only early in the fourth, believe it or not.
PAT. There you go. PAT pending. 11 minutes to go, but replay. Well, shout out to Continental Sports Network's got us covered.
They put some effort into this, don't they?
They really do. Yeah.
I like it.
That's good stuff up there, and there's another touchdown for Glenn Academy. As they get another
be running the clock by now.
Yeah, I would think they are. I think I see it stopped though. Now that doesn't mean it's not stopped. Sometimes the score, but it's like 11:08, and it doesn't look like it's ticking down. And we are into the fourth quarter, so that's a little odd that we don't see that yet. What do we have? Oh, there's 21-8 now.
Yep, St. Joe's
in favor of St. Joe's.
3 minutes to go in the third.
So there we go. That game we'll hang with that. DR's down there for us.
Yep.
And he bounced all over the place today. He went from St. Aug to Nice to St. Joe's a couple of times, so we appreciate him being there as well. Let's catch everybody up. I mean, we got this Charlton County game against Yulee. That was a nice big run by Charlton County. Yulee's an interesting team to me, Coach Sully. I think they've got some weapons, but they've got the ability to be good. I wonder if they're a team that's going to grow throughout the year. They lost a tough one last week to Clay. We had that live. They lost by 3, and they're hanging with what looks to be a pretty good Charlton team so far tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I think that, they had a couple guys they had to replace last year, quarterback and the big wideout that they had. And so I think offensively they're not as dynamic as maybe they've been the last 2 years or so. But they've been doing a pretty nice job playing with some people. They just haven't been able to come up on the win total. Last week was a really good game. We had that game on. And, they're in there playing hard, playing a really good Charlton County team.
Looks like we got another touchdown coming. Did that just happen? Yes, it did just happen. Nice job, Jason Hamby, giving us a heads up on the touchdown as it's about to go.
Derek Heidemann, number 10 there for Bishop Kenny.
I'm impressed with this win. Again, I don't know what to think or make of Tokoi Creek right now, but Bishop Kenny
another score
on the road and gets the win in resounding fashion.
And Champ Bailey Field, Folkestone with another one. Charlton County 27-14 PAT pending, so they just scored again against Yulee.
That was 2 big plays. Hey, you want to check out Trinity Reigns' early highlights?
Yeah, let's take a look, shall we? This is the game I was at down at the Graveyard, and always a fun place to go check out a game. Reigns and Trinity Christian trying to bounce back from the game against Bowles a week ago. Vikings had the ball first, and they find the end zone first. Nice drive down the field for the home team. Tadarius Washington caps it off. He did get across the goal line before he fumbled, so yeah, hands in the air. After the 2-point conversion, Conqueror's turn, but how about King Massey into the backfield? He'll blow up this play. Big loss there from the defense for Reigns. Trinity Christian decides, all right, it didn't work on the ground. Let's go to the air, shall we? Terrell Dallas to Marquez Hicks. Big pickup, moves the chains, and that'll put the Conquerors in business. Again, I think forward progress stopped before he lost the ball. Later in the drive, Hicks on the QB keeper. Looks like he might be pound for 6, but shoestring tackle keeps him out of the end zone, but that only delays the inevitable. Zara gonna hit Lennox Hires, touchdown for the Conquerors. Number 87, big tight end over there, gets in for the score. But as of last check, Reigns had pulled ahead for the lead over Trinity Christian. We'll get you the final coming up tonight on the Friday Night Blitz. 32-23 was the last I believe we saw.
By the way, Hicks's brother is Kale.
Kale.
All right. We were asking that last week, and so he direct messaged me, and he said, Yes, Hicks is my younger big brother.
Yeah.
Because remember what we were saying,
yeah,
Kale is not that big playing quarterback.
No, yeah.
He's
over
a big
at
dude.
Riverside, right?
And he's currently at UNF studying business.
Nice.
And now he's a big fan on Friday night, so hopefully he's watching.
I hope he's watching. That's awesome.
Good to have him at University of North Florida, right by. Maybe you should stop by someday and he can be an analyst in case Sully can't make it or gets bored or goes to bed because he had 2 nights of this.
All right, looks like we got a big pickup there for Old Plank, the defenders, on offense as they move the ball up to the 25.
That is kind of odd.
That they're the defenders. Yeah, that's only half the game. Well, a third if you count special teams.
Look at that puddle in the middle of that field, man.
I know.
That's a good one.
Sheesh. What do you do? Quick dry that thing tomorrow, or you just pray for sun?
You run sideline right, sideline left. Don't go up the middle. It's probably the best move there.
We are so lucky tonight that we actually have games.
You're not kidding.
I mean, or we would have just canceled the whole thing.
It was a little dicey at one point. I'm not gonna lie.
It was very dicey. We had Corey Johns earlier on the show from Bartram Trail. Steve Price earlier from Ponte Vedra. Bartram Trail played last night in our Game of the Week. We're going to show you that within an hour on our Game of the Week highlights on the Friday Night Blitz. But Steve Price was telling us, hey, they decided last night with all the rain they had at Ponte Vedra, they're going to call that Baker County game. And in part, they got a break because they both had a bye week in October, so they can just play that game then. So smart decision on their part.
The one you really feel bad for, by the way, has to be the folks over at Beachside and Menendez. They tried to play it on Thursday night. They got warm-ups in. Storm came. They had to cancel. They come back tonight to try and do it on the normally scheduled night, and well, they had to postpone again due to the rain. All right, here we go. This is Old Plank going deep towards the end zone, and incomplete, but the flag flies in late. That is number 11, Troy Howell is your quarterback. Caleb Caraway, his intended target. Incomplete. We'll see.
Interference, right?
Yeah, should be some DPI.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it looked like it was covered pretty well.
I get his back to the guy. I mean, he's got as much right to the ball as the other guy, though. But I don't know. You might get first-year officials officiating. Hadn't thrown a flag tonight, so I had to throw one.
Coach just out here to lower the boom tonight.
That's right. No, it took an hour and 40 minutes to get there. That's just such a great perch to be in. You just all the shots that you wanted to say for years, you just throw it out there once in a while. It's awesome. Did you have some really good moments on the sideline with officials?
Oh yeah.
Like some that you're just proud of. Like you got home that night and you're like there are probably some that are like, man, that was good. And then there were others like, I kind of feel bad. I acted like a jerk.
No, they were always pretty good with me. The funniest one was when they said, oh, you got so-and-so on your sideline and the head guy. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, he's all right. He goes, oh, yeah, you'll get a sideline warning in the first quarter. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, oh, yeah, you'll get one. And it was like second play of the game, flag, sideline warning. I look at the head guy. The head guy's just laughing, shaking his head. So I was like, okay, at least you warned me. I'm telling you. No, man.
You got to miss that. You got to miss that interaction. I know you missed the kids. I know you missed the game nights. I bet you missed that part a little bit. I mean, that's the kind of the game within a game that we all don't see from the bleachers or wherever else,
Yeah, there's always a game within a game, and like I said, they do the best job they can, and I never, you never blame them or anything like that. But you used to get mad, like you'd be on the 5-yard line, that you're going in, and the guy's throwing a sideline warning, looking back at you, worry about you, and the ball's on the 5-yard line going in, and they're like, sideline warning. I'm like, why the heck would you be looking at me and not looking at that? You know what I mean? So that's some of the funny stuff.
Yeah, well, we try not to. We're watching this Old Plank St. Joseph game. I thought they blew the whistle. That play was so slow.
Yeah, slow developing. Calvin Schilling, by the way, Sully can rip the refs. I'm gonna rip any uniform designer who put black numbers on a black jersey.
Yeah, that's not fun.
For tonight's game.
Well, by the way,
with a tiny green little outline on it.
Even the white ones, the jerseys are getting tough tonight because of the
well,
blood, right?
Yeah, they're all wet. But
like Bishop Kenny's hard to see now.
We're working through it. But black on black with like a little green piping.
They actually look like cool uniforms, just not for numbers.
Cool.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. What do we got?
A good recovery.
Yeah, touchdown into the end zone for Old Plank. Let's
he's
see.
in. Put your arms up.
Yeah, give him the satisfaction here.
What?
He's called him down.
He called him down. Is he
down?
short? Casey says he's short. Stick it up for the ref.
Good job, Casey.
That was Howell to Caraway again, that same combination.
Wait a minute.
Oh, wait,
time out.
Then that's got to be setting up for an extra point, right?
Does that guy doesn't make, I should know this after my training from last year. That guy must not have made the call. They must have looked at the edge guys to make the signal.
We might not have seen it.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. So touchdown on the board. We're only getting a small part of the picture.
Yeah.
So it is a touchdown.
Remember, it looks slower because they're playing in 4 foot of water.
Yeah, that'll do it. Water polo, much slower sport, I guess. Trey Howell to Caleb Caraway there for the touchdown for Old Plank. So a chance. They're going to go for 2 here. And
does he get in? I think he dragged them in there. I don't know if they're going to get
that was
him.
Howell. They're going to say no. Did not get in. So
21-14.
21-14. We got a 1 touchdown game.
Yeah, Bonborn.
Yeah. We've been a little fortunate for the most part. I know we got Glenn County as a runaway, and we got a couple of runaways. We went to Riverside
22-14, excuse me. 22 for St.
Okay,
Joe's.
but still 1 score game. Well, 2 scores, but 1 possession, I guess. And we've been fortunate to have some pretty good games. Now, Charlton County has the ball back. Looks like they've taken control of this game against Yulee with about 12 minutes to go, or a little under 12 minutes to go. In that contest, Tokoi Creek and Bishop Kenny. This one's just, well, for lack of a better phrase, garbage time. And we got a pick in the Yulee game. How about that? So a huge play by, this is a little reminiscent of last week. Remember, Yulee was down 10 points to Clay, and then they made a nice run at the end to give themselves a chance at that football game, and maybe they'll get another opportunity here if they can have a late flurry. Still plenty of time in that game. Big turnover by the Yulee Hornets. All right,
Did we get to, is it 35-0 Bishop Kenny? Is that what we got?
It is 35.
Yep.
Yeah.
So running clock,
Okay,
and
so
there's
that
a
should be
big
running,
catch for Tokoi Creek. Gets it all the way down to the 1.
Nobody more excited about the running clock than Jason Amby.
That was King McFadden, freshman wide receiver. They're making a big play.
All right, let's see if they score. Yeah, as I said, we have some good games. I mean, this one kind of is a blowout, but that's your fault, fans. You voted on this one. I'm kidding. We thank you for voting on this one. It was actually a game that got played.
Yeah, we like that. All right, so into the end zone, and no shutout.
No shutout.
Takes away the shutout. So Tokoi Creek able to get on the board at home against Bishop Kenny here tonight.
35-6 is now our score. We showed you Paxton Hilliard a little bit earlier. We just showed you the Rains Trinity game. Haven't seen scores in quite a bit, so I don't know where some of those games are at, but we'll update you those throughout the rest of this show on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. And, of course, we got the Blitz on TV coming up at 10:30 to 11, where we'll have all the highlights wrapped into one and some reaction from some of the coaches everywhere around the area that we were able to get to. If you're just catching in, and this is kind of what we want you to do. If you're watching us for 4 straight hours, God bless you. But we're happy to have you along. But if you're just popping in, had a lot of cancellation games. This game got started at like 8:10, Oakleaf and Fleming. Some games tried to get in, but they were just delayed about an hour. Then there were others who just couldn't get in. Ponte Vedra, Baker County canceled. And one of the big ones of the night was Bowles St. Augustine, canceled, postponed. We'll see if they make it up. Ed White, West Side, no go. Fletcher, Atlantic Coast, they were going to play on Monday night at 6 o'clock, so they weren't able to go. But we do have 2 of the games that we plan to show you still going. That's this one, Oakleaf Fleming, 13-10, just started the 3rd quarter, and Bishop Kenny against Tokoi Creek. And Bishop Kenny is about to close the door on the Toros. 35-6 is the score. Meanwhile, we've been following this one, Charlton County and Yulee as well. 28-14 is the score. Yulee trying to make a 4th quarter comeback. So Kenny and Tokoi Creek, that's the full screen right now. In about 10 minutes, we'll shift over to the Action Sports Jax 24/7 studios. We'll have Committed to the Uncommitted, the young man from Paxton we'll talk a little bit more about. And that's our scholarship program presented by Nimnik Buick GMC, where we try to highlight under-recruited athletes in football and even in the spring in baseball and softball, and help them get some college opportunities.
Did we see that Oakleaf touchdown?
I did not see that.
Deuce Foy, Chris Foy with his 2nd touchdown of the night. So Oak Leaf now up 17-13. Here is that game at Fleming Island. So Oak Leaf has retaken the lead. That's going to be, I think, the one that we're really focused on here as we make that shift over to the 24/7 studio. Been back and forth between these county rivals.
Coach Sully, I hope you don't have to mow the lawn in the morning. You got to sleep in. I mean, after all this work the last couple of days.
I know. My wife wants to know if I'm getting a raise or anything. So, you know, I'm going to be good. This has been fun. Last night was fun, too. Last minute getting going on that. Heck, we might be able to get that Baker County PV game on that Thursday night.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll have to look into that. That would be awesome if we're able to do that. By the way, I'm not sure how much of a raise you're getting, but maybe we'll just send like a Donato's pizza down your way or something like that.
There you go.
There you go. Delivered to your house. We'll be like Uber Eats for you. What do we got there? Is that a St. Joe's?
Yeah, that is St. Joe's. That's Jeremiah Kess into the end zone. They were up by 8, so that once again makes it a 2-score game as he's able to find the end zone on a big play for the home team, St. Joseph's Academy.
Do we have any games final?
Riverside.
Oh, just Riverside.
That game's ended.
Should ask Coach to jump on. Maybe I'll.
Or they'll have to watch the 10:30 edition of the Blitz.
We got sound.
As he chats with Marcel Robinson.
Yeah, we do have that. But really, it's hard because everything started so late.
Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of finales just yet. You just mentioned that. And Bishop Kenny's going to go final here in just a short time, I would think.
Right.
With the way that score is.
Oh,
and
no good.
No good there, but it's a 2-score lead now for St. Joseph Academy.
Now, so 28-14.
As we show you the handful of games that we're keeping an eye on, including a couple in Southeast Georgia. Only a couple minutes left here in Glenn County. They're going to roll out the clock. They've been rolling all night long. Yulee and Charlton County with 10 minutes to go. A lot of ball games still left for Yulee to try to come back. They had to go to Clay last week. That's a heck of a drive from Yulee. Not too bad over to Folkestone tonight. At least they didn't have to make the long trip like last week on this rainy night. Oakley, Fleming Island, looks like we've got an injured player up there, so we wish him the best. Tokoi Creek and Bishop Kenny. Like I mentioned, Bishop Kenny's about to shut the door on Tokoi Creek 35-6. I don't know if they made the conversion or not. And Old Plank Christian and St. Joseph Academy. The Flashes just scored to make it a 2-score advantage. That's kind of catching you up on where we're at in the night. Trinity Christian Reigns, one of the big ball games that we're going to want to keep an eye on. We'll let you know how that one's shaking out in that 10 o'clock hour. Don't forget, we've got bands coming up at 11 o'clock as well. Who are our bands again? Bartram Trail, Trinity Christian, and Jackson. So that is still...
Blake Warner with a tackle for a loss. 2nd and 13. Matos with a tackle. 3rd and 10 for the Crusaders. Xavier Santana with a sack. That'll set up 4th down and 15 yards to go for the Crusaders. couple of eagles on the stop. Second down and 2.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action Sports Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com, and while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works. a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza. Some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us. And at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to our Friday night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau here in the Action Sports Jax 24/7 studios as we continue to take a look at this live game of Fleming Island and Oakleaf. At last check, Fleming Island had taken the lead, but Oakleaf trying to march in here in the second half, and this got a lot of game to go. I guess, is that a punt or a fake punt? Okay, it's a punt. They did punt the ball away, try to play the field position game on a sloppy night. If you're just checking in with us here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network and on social media as well, thanks for hanging out. This is our Friday night Zone Blitz, which we do now every Friday, 4 hours of high school football and live coverage of games. And we've been showing you a bunch of games, and we're a little bit fortunate tonight in a weird way that we can show you even more because these games are not going to be done at their normal times. This game started at 8:10 because of the weather. We've had a bunch of delays. We had lightning delays. We've had cancellations. And one of the big games in the area canceled Bowles St. Augustine, so that's kind of a bummer. But like right next door, as Sully was telling us the last couple hours, pretty crazy, St. Joseph Academy is playing against Old Plank Christian. So pretty weird weather night that some got it in, but we're happy that some were able to get it in. That included Bishop Kenny and Tokoi Creek as they have gone final, 35-6 the final. Bishop Kenny wins that one, and now we get to see the lovely face of Kevin Sullivan as he joins us here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. We don't let you on for 2 hours and then we say, okay, we'll see the good-looking old fella.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but this should be a good game. This could be a good finish here, you know.
Yeah, I think we have a good one. They played field position here. It looked like there was a score as we were leaving the studio, and then I think something got called back. I didn't know exactly what happened on that play, but we thought Foy got in to retake the lead. He's already scored once tonight, but they pulled that one back. Oakleaf has to end up punting the ball away, and now Fleming Island has the ball in their own end, and there's a lot of football still to be played here, but a fun one. And to reset this one, Coach, we have said it. Like, these guys are rivals. They're playing in the same county. They're good. They've been good. In a short time, they've built kind of almost a tradition to this rivalry, which is kind of hard to do. Usually you have to go some 10, 15, 20 years. But in places like Clay County, where this matchup in St. Johns County, it's almost like those rivalries bloom pretty quick.
Yeah, without a doubt. And don't forget, tonight you've got Derek Cipolletti's the intern coach at Fleming. And remember, he was at Oakleaf and had a great couple years there.
That's right. That was a quick turn, and that's a tough deal, right? We haven't really talked about that, but and he's got experience. Obviously, his dad started the Fleming Island program, but that was a quick change, like a week or so before the start of the season, and he comes in. And listen, they've got a lot of talent. A lot of the work had been done, but that's a pretty interesting situation for the kids, for him, and it looks like he's got Fleming Island playing pretty good football right now.
Yeah, he was the D coordinator on the staff the last couple of years. So, of course, he was going to definitely do it and take it for the kids' sake, being that late. You know, what was it, right after the kickoff classic? So going into week one, they get a new coach. So he's done a good job keeping them together and getting them playing hard. So.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild situation. You know, they lost to Riverside last week, but they kind of impressed me in a loss. They were down 27-16. They come back. They took a 39-35 lead. We were watching that game, and then they end up losing 48-39. So I think the team's got a little moxie. They've been there before. They know what winning is. These are two programs right here that have won quite a bit. And, of course, Coach Foy and Oakleaf looking for a bounce-back year after they didn't win quite a bit last year.
Yeah, and again, it's going to take Coach, which it is now. Usually at the second year, they really start making the gains, especially the weight room. And the thing about Coach Foy and the kids, they love him. They love playing for him. He's got such a great disposition. cares about the kids and everything. And, we expect him to keep getting better and better.
Well, right now you're seeing this game. Olivia Tasley's out there in Clay County, and Fleming Island has the football. They're in green. Oakleaf in the white tops and the black pants. Smart move, right, Coach? In the black pants.
See, veteran coach.
Yeah, that would have been awkward if you had had to hammer him.
Yes, I would have, too. I would have been texting him after the game like, Coach, come on. Because Coach does the laundry.
What's that process like? Take us inside that. Like as Sebastian Broughton breaks a couple of tackles and then bursts forward. A nice run by the quarterback. Man, he's tough. He's explosive. He scored a touchdown earlier in this game. But seriously, like, when does the laundry get done? Is that tomorrow?
Oh no, it's probably tonight. Like I said, the white jerseys, especially playing on the field, are probably getting soaked in the OxyClean overnight. And then you come in the morning and get them done. But you try to get everything, especially the dirty ones, in tonight. You try to get all that stuff in tonight.
You don't make the kids help you out at all, or like the JV team or anything?
Well, we used to, the kids used to bring their stuff, and we had a pile, pants right side out, shirts inside out, 2 piles. And then depending on what we wore, if we wore white, of course, the pants went in first. And, we just did what we did, so it's laundry. You got to get it done. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it. And I would, if I was your wife, I would have been like, hey, man, you're really good at this. Why don't you just do it at home, too?
No, I got banned year 1 doing laundry. So I
You got
put
banned?
everything together, like the first month or 2. She's like, you're not doing laundry anymore. I'm like, okay.
That sounded like a good mess up by you.
And the problem was I probably didn't do it on purpose.
Hey, I just saw a score down there, and I think I did see that. I don't know where this game was at. Middleburg over Clay, 9-0. That gets my attention a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good win for Middleburg. 9-0. I mean, they're set up for the run too. They're a run first team, and coach out there does a nice job. So I didn't need. We lost track of that one.
Yeah, I looked it up a little bit earlier. Oh, that is final. Casey said so. Yeah, that thing's gone final. How many times do you think Middleburg's beaten Clay in the last 10 or 15 years? It can't be much.
No, that's a good win for them.
Yeah, it feels like a really good win. So we'll keep. We'll try to figure out. Maybe we get Coach on. Maybe a little bit later on the program. We'll try to figure that out. But that's a good win out there. It's funny. Some of these games we're not sure who played, who didn't play. They obviously snuck it in out there in Middleburg. There are enough games that have gone on in the area, but not everywhere. We did get that final in from Camden County, 62-6. They beat Ribault, so no problem with the Trojans. Obviously up there in Camden County tonight. Riverside. We showed you that one earlier here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, 54-14 over Orange Park. That one ended up with a running clock. The one we're keeping an eye on is this one, 17-13. So Oakleaf did score. My apologies. They scored in the early third quarter to take the lead. So the Golden Eagles find themselves down by 4 going into the fourth quarter. And we'll show you that entire fourth quarter basically here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. And a little bit later on in the Friday Night Blitz, we'll probably take live pictures as well because we know this one's going deep as it started about 8:10 tonight. Definitely a late start, but they're able to get it in. And the weather does at least appear to look better. I'm not out there, but it looks better, at least to my eyes. And hopefully I'm correct on that. The Rains Vikings, beat Trinity Christian 48-23, Coach. It was 32-23 a little bit earlier on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. They pull away late. Good win for Rains. Rains somehow, to me, is flying a little bit under the radar when we're talking about the top teams like Bowles and St. Augustine and obviously Mandarin.
Yeah, they've got a really good team. And, again, they're playing under the radar. They've got 2 big wins, Trinity, and then week 1, Bowles. And their schedule will get a little tougher, too, as it gets moving forward. But really good job by them. Remember, that was 23-15 Trinity, middle of the second quarter.
So Trinity was up in that game.
The second half.
Wow, so they were up in that. I did not see that. So that was 23-15. Trinity was up.
Right.
And then, boy, they really turned out. I'll tell you what, Trinity, who we're kind of wondering about, and we know they're not as strong as they've been as they kind of rebuild it at Trinity Christian.
They must have been pretty happy at that moment to be up 23-15. You're starting to say, whoa, this maybe we're pretty good. And then I guess that's what good teams do, right? When you have like a good football team that knows how to play with a little edge, maybe feels a little bit of an urgency, and that's what happened with Reigns as they were able to win that football game.
Yeah, and again, they've got a good team defensively. They probably made some good adjustments in the second half and figured out what Trinity was trying to do. So really good win for them.
It looks like we had an injury, but everybody seems to be okay. We'll stay with this game for a little bit. I do want to get to committed to the uncommitted before we forget about it before 10:30. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. Our scholarship program where we highlight a player and talk about a young man that probably should be getting a little bit more recognition. This guy's a fun one, too, to talk about. And when I was over at his game today, he had a couple of touchdowns, so he's a good one. We'll talk about committed to the uncommitted coming up presented by Nimnick Buick GMC in just a few. But we're keeping an eye on Oakleaf as they're trying to extend a lead, already up 17-13 at Fleming Island. They're up 10-0 in this game. Then it was 10-7, and then 13-10 in favor of Fleming. They scored twice in the last 5 minutes of the second quarter going into the half, took the lead 13-10, and since then, in the third quarter, Oakleaf has come back with a touchdown, takes the lead 17-13. They have the ball back early stages of the fourth quarter and now driving. So monster drive right here for both teams, Sully.
Yeah, they got to get to stop. Fleming Island needs to get a stop here, and then Oakleaf needs to just keep doing what they're doing, a little dinking, dunking, and handing the ball to the big back, Coach Foy's son, Deuce.
That was interesting, that catch on the side. I don't know if they would have called that a catch in the NFL, but they called it a catch here. And I thought he did have it for long enough, and then it was wrestled away late. I don't think they're calling that a catch in the NFL, though. And now that one is a catch, sure-handed there. Oakleaf and Fleming Island. Oakleaf looks like they've got enough for a first down, keep the chains going, keep the clock moving, and they are a touchdown away from making this pretty tall task for the Golden Eagles from Fleming Island to try to get the win.
Yeah, nice job moving the ball around. A lot of short passes, a lot of quick game, and then just sort of leaning on them with the big offensive line a little bit here, maybe wearing him down in the fourth quarter.
Looked like that was number 12, Jordan Price, by the way, who was the recipient of that last pass. Jack McKissick is the quarterback, 6'2 junior, 180-pounder. He's playing quarterback, and, of course, we've mentioned many times Christopher Foy II. They call him Deuce. He's got the football right now and goes for a couple of yards, and this is exactly what you were saying, right? Get a first down, move the chains, lean on them a little bit, roll the clock. Heck, this is what the Jags want to do Sunday against the Dolphins, Coach.
Yeah, keep their offense off the field, without a doubt.
And when Mike Norvell landed in at Mandarin today, took the chopper in, it looked like, and he goes to see some of the players, obviously not Tramel Jones. You've been around that before. What kind does that give a little juice to everybody in the program, the sideline? I know probably the fans and the administrators and everybody. It's got to be a cool thing, right?
Yeah, they used to let the head coaches out on the road in the spring. So we'd have 7 to 10 come through all the time, when with the kids that we had recruited. And so it's always neat because, you walk them around the hallway, you introduce them to people. It's really neat, though. And I was a little disappointed they took the head coaches off the road in the spring.
Yeah, so now they talk about that job. You talk about the difference between the NFL and college. Friday night's it's actually a bye week, right, for Florida State. But Friday night in the NFL is a lighter night, and you're getting ready for Sunday. So, like, tonight's a light night for Jags players and coaches and everything else. Well, even in college football, even if they got a game sometimes or when their game is, they'll work in a recruiting day and try to get to some either local high schools or do something like this, jump on a chopper and get to a couple of them. So it never stops in college football until they make you stop, like you say, in the spring.
Yeah, and that was always cool having the head coaches come out in the spring. So,
all right, let's see what our deal is. I think it's third down or maybe it's second. Foy the handoff to him once again, and he carries some folks with him. Tough running, and he'll be a couple of yards short of a first down, as you can tell, just outside the 20-yard line.
17-13 is the score of this game between Fleming Island and Oakleaf. Brent Martineau along with Kevin Sullivan, Casey Kurtz pushing all the buttons, Stuart Weber getting ready for the blitz, Marcel Robinson doing the same, Olivia Tassely is doing the camera work here, so we've got our entire team and many others I didn't even mention in that last couple of minutes. It's the Friday night Zone Blitz. Glad to have you along. We've been rolling now for over 2 hours, and we're going to see how this drive ends up, then get to committed to the uncommitted before we shift back over to the other studio and do some TV, and you can still watch it right here, the Friday Night Blitz, with all the highlights, including last night's Game of the Week, which was an awesome one between Bartram Trail and Ware County. We'll hear from Coach Johns, who actually joined us earlier on in the program here via phone, along with Steve Price from Ponte Vedra. So we had a couple of coaches call in and talk to them about really having this Friday night off, a Friday night they did not expect to have off, but that happened to several around the area. Looks like Foy got the first down. He's a tough runner. He looks like he got a little Maurice Jones-Drew in him, right? He'll barrel over you a little bit.
Oh, yeah, he'll run you over. He's a big body, so, I mean, you got to tackle him. Those little, as we say, pencil neck DBs got to tackle him right there. So they're going to hit him low.
Hey, Baldwin beats Kip Academy 43-0. So that score is in from Baldwin as they get the W here tonight. They were able to get their game. It's really interesting. I'm thinking about the pockets of places that got games in and then others that didn't. But you said it was just hit or miss in some spots. Bishop Snyder looks like they got the win 42-6. And that's a nice play on defense that time by Fleming Island, and a big play because they need to force a field goal at the very least as the clock continues to wind down. Nathan Van Hoff able to make the play from his defensive end position, and that sets up a long down and distance for Oakleaf. Like we might have a little bit of an injury. If we're going to have an injury and a timeout, probably a water timeout, probably halfway through, we might be able to get even a score.
Right now.
Yeah, I bet Olivia might show us the scoreboard here in just a second, but I'm assuming it's either an injury timeout or a water timeout. And this drive's taken up some time now. It started with early in the fourth quarter, but I think we're about halfway through that thing now. So Fleming Island really needs to make a stop and force a field goal. They're down by 4, 17-13. Do I want to hang on this, Casey? I guess we could. We will.
You got a little bit of time.
Yeah, it looks like they're still working on. How about this? Casey, you ready to go? Can we go to committed to the uncommitted? Not yet? You tell me when you're ready. Give me a thumbs up on that, and but no rush. We can do it when we get there. As we don't like to show the injury part of that, but about halfway through the fourth quarter, 17-13, the Oakleaf Knights beating Fleming Island, and there's the scenario. 2nd and 12 when we get back to the action, ball on the 22-yard line, and again, huge drive for the Golden Eagles to stop Oakleaf and give themselves a chance with another possession late in the game. Brent Martineau, Kevin Sullivan, some other scores to pass along. BK, Bishop Kenny beating Tocoy Creek 35-6, sets up a big game against Bowles next week, and probably a game that a lot of people will be paying attention to. Bowles did not play tonight. That huge matchup with St. Augustine postponed. Still have no word, Coach Sully, if that game's going to be replayed or not, but it's unfortunate that we weren't able to see Bowles St. Augustine tonight.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything on that, if they're going to make it up or not. I know they don't have any place to find the game, so it's just a shame.
All right, so here they go up top now, and is that going to be picked? Oh, man, did they have some chances at that one. Corey Allen had a chance to pick it, it looked like. There were 3 Golden Eagles in the area as Oakleaf went up top to try to put this game away and maybe surprise Fleming Island, but they were not surprised at all, Coach. Now it brings up 3rd and 12.
Yeah, that stops the clock, too, on that incomplete pass. Should have been intercepted. But they got to keep doing, you're trying to eat some clock, maybe take a shot right there, get it up here, kick a field goal, and make them score a touchdown to beat you.
All right, 3rd and 12 it is. Oakleaf and Fleming Island. Let's see what they design here. Last guy they went to, by the way, Oakleaf on offense. Well, I lost my sheet. Jordan Price. But now they're going to run it, and not with Foy. And that is snuffed out by Fleming Island. So they get exactly what they needed to do. That's David Smith, the safety, able to come up and make the play. And that will force a situation here. With the loss of yardage, that might even make Coach Foy think about it a little bit, Sully.
Yeah, that's a 25, 35, 42-yarder right now, maybe. So he may go for it, try to just take a shot in the end zone, try to get interference or make a play.
Yeah,
they're not going to make up. I just got a text, Brett. They're not making up Bowl St. Augustine.
So they're not going to do that?
Nope, I just got a text.
Wow. That's too bad for us. For football fan, that would have been a fun one to watch. That's two of the top teams in the area. I was really looking forward to that game tonight. There'll be many more good games down the road, but and too bad for those guys. So they wanted to play it. A lot of respect between those two programs and what they have going right now. All right, so they are going to go for a field goal, and this young man made one earlier, but this one from about 43, 44 yards, and it's blocked and now picked up by Oakleaf. They're not going to get the edge. Well covered by the Golden Eagles. And so there you go. Fleming Island does exactly what they needed to do, Coach. Blocked field goal, 17-13 game, down by 4, under 6 minutes to play, and they'll have a chance.
Yeah, that's all you ask for, right? You got Sebastian the Worm. Got to lead his team down the field.
All right, so, hey, what do you think? Let's get this committed to the uncommitted end as we change possessions. And if anything crazy happens, we'll pop back. But Kenyon Gardner is our committed to the uncommitted, presented by Nimnicht Buick GMC. Number 21 for the Paxton Golden Eagles. Had a big night a couple of weeks ago with over 270 yards rushing. Coach, he's a 4.38 guy.
And that's probably grade point average, too.
That's a good point. Watch some of the huddle highlights. I even had some more highlights today that we'll show you on the Friday Night Blitz. But the speed is real. And Coach Steve Brown, he's kind of disappointed that more schools aren't on this guy. This is exactly what we're trying to do, expose some schools to this young man. I mean, speed kills this day and age in the game.
Yeah, without a doubt. When I put him on the first time, and he took the ball, made a guy miss, and boom, he was in the secondary going. So, and that's when I text you, and I was like, yeah, he can really run.
Coach Brown, this is now going back a week or so. He said, I was going to message you about him. He's averaging 15 yards a carry so far this season. Now, that might have changed a little bit, although they were taking care of business against Hilliard tonight. And it looks like, they won 14-0 according to ScoreStream. That's what the score was when I left, too. So who knows if that's the way it really did finish up. But he runs a 4.38, has a right around a 3.0 GPA, 9 kickoff returns in his career, led them in total yards last 2 years, had 5 interception returns for touchdowns over his first 3 years, 5'9", 170, 437 yards on 29 carries going into tonight's game. And he said, trying like crazy to get people onto him. Plays running back, wide receiver, free safety, kick returner. He can help you in a bunch of ways. And even on Max Preps, his nickname's the Jet, Kenyon the Jet Gardner. Got to find this guy a home, Coach.
Yeah, without a doubt. He can play somewhere, and again, he can play DB. He can play wide out. He can play in the slot. I mean, that's a great find if we can get him a place.
Well, and special teams is so important, too, as we watch this one other highlight. But one last thing. We've done this for a few years with our Committed to the Uncommitted, trying to highlight some of the under-recruited kids. Look at him go. He's fun to watch run. Some people are just fun to watch run, and Gardner's fun to watch run. But you have said this in the past, and we had a similar thing a couple years ago. We had all these kind of smaller running backs. They have a trouble finding a home sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, without a doubt. Everybody wants 6'1", 6'1", 200 pounds, but at 5'9", 180, 185, and run like that, definitely a lot of places that could use him.
Yeah, so Kenyon Gardner, Kenyon the Jet Gardner from Paxton. Get your eyes on him, coaches. When he can run under a 4.4, he can help your team. Seems like a good young man, too, and highly touted and referenced from Coach Steve Brown at Paxton. So we'll keep an eye on him the rest of the year. That is Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnicht Buick GMC. Have a scholarship program where we'll hand out a $2,500 check at the end of the year. One of our nominees will be lucky enough to get that. And we've done several presentations already at Nimnicht Buick GMC dealership during one of our shows with the Brent and Austin show. We look forward to being able to do that again in the sport of football and baseball and softball as well in the spring. And maybe we keep expanding to other sports. Send your nominees in. We've got a list of folks already. but send your nominees in on other folks that we can highlight that are getting under-recruited here in this tough landscape to play college ball in all sports. All right, you're back to live action, and this is Fleming Island and Oakleaf, and that's Sebastian Broughton. And he's taking a pounding there. Physical player. He has some speed too, Coach, but he ain't afraid of that contact, is he?
No, not at all. Really impressed with him. Just commanded the offense, being able to take off, throw the ball, and, 3-year starter and trying to lead his team right here to get the win.
All right, so it looks like they called a timeout. I don't exactly know the situation. When we went to committed to the uncommitted, it was 6 minutes. They got the ball. They moved a little bit, and my eyes aren't great. Does that say fourth down?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay, so they called timeout because they know this is a huge play, and there's probably right around 4 minutes or so left on the clock, but it's a good 4th and 9 that they are going to have to overcome here to try to give themselves a chance to erase a 17-13 deficit right now. Fleming Island driving left to right in the gold pants and the green jerseys. Sebastian Broughton, their cornerback, they're going to need a big play from that young man here to keep this drive alive and their chances for a comeback win over one of their rivals in Clay County, Oakleaf. So here we go. Got to get him out probably and, get him some space, right? Because he can do so much, Coach.
Yeah, definitely. Might move him around a little bit because they're going to just tee off and come get him. Should have a spy on him, too.
Looks like Oakleaf dropped a bunch of guys, and look at that, wide open. Broughton's able to find his guy for a first down and then some. The only one that could bring down number 13, and that is Oliver Pichota, the wide receiver, the sophomore. Looked like the kicking net was the only one that could tackle him out of bounds.
Yeah, that was being able, good job keeping a play alive. Like you said, they dropped a bunch of guys. Didn't really rush him too much. But found the wide open guy. Now we got it going. Olivia, give us a time.
Yeah, I'll ask her. I'll text her if she's able to do both. Who knows? She's doing a lot. But they're inside the 30-yard line, and Broughton rolls right, and he's got him again. I hope I'm saying this young man's name right. Pichota, Piechota, Oliver Pichota, or Pacoda, or Pichota. What do you think, Casey? Just keep shaking your head. You didn't like any of those options. It's a tough one, Casey. I mean, it could be a bunch of different ways. But anyway, he's making a couple big plays, I'll tell you that. One thing's for certain, they'll tell us his name eventually, especially if I said it wrong. All right, so here we go. Now a run play. Sebastian Cruz, a bit easier of a name for me to say, able to pick up a couple yards. And listen, there's enough time, Coach. Probably have a timeout or two still left in their pocket. They're in a great situation. Fleming Island down 17-13 all of a sudden.
Yeah, and they have to score a touchdown, so we know that.
St. Joseph, by the way, wins 34-14. We were showing you that one over Old Plank, so that one goes final. Have some highlights on the Friday Night Blitz coming up momentarily. Here's Broughton now. Ooh, look at that snap. They were lucky to get that back. Still able to throw it. And what a tackle. After Trace Burney had it, he's already put the burners on a couple of times in this football game. Great tackle there by Oakleaf to minimize the gain, and it looked like that was Fareed Coleman for Oakleaf, able to shut that play down. Casey, don't be afraid to talk to us here. As they got a timeout. Oh, okay, we're going to get the time here. Olivia's going to go all the way down the other end of the field. 1:02 to play. 3rd and 10 after pretty much no gain on first down and no gain on second down, or maybe it was just a wash, a gain or 2 of yards and then a loss of 1 or 2 yards. Ball on the 9-yard line. So actually it's 3rd and goal. And 1:02 to play, down by 4. Man, that's why we do this stuff. This is fun, Coach.
We've had some good ones the last 2 weeks now, going down to the wire.
Hey, Casey, give me an idea how much time. What do I got? Get out of here in like 2 minutes? I think so, right? At 27? That sound about right? Sully, we're going to hopefully sneak this in before I got to go run on the Friday Night Blitz.
Without a doubt, because I'll be worried about what happened. You'll have to text me.
Yeah, I know. Well, you can just flip your TV. Well, you're way down there. You might not get us down there, I guess. But you can keep Action Sports Jax 24/7 network on, Coach. You'll see it. You'll see it. ActionNewsJax.com, the Action News Jax app, Fox 30, CBS 47, social media. See this stuff everywhere. All right, so here we go. 3rd down and what appears to be goal. Ball just inside the 10-yard line, it looks like. For Fleming Island, down by 4. Plenty of time. They keep dropping guys, and then he finds someone. Oh, he had him. How do they create that much space, Coach, when they're dropping so many guys?
They might be picking him.
That's a good call.
It right away, so the official, they just pick him and he's open. But he missed him on that one.
All right.
This is the game, probably.
Yeah, they got a timeout. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hey, Casey, what do you say we do this? I got to run. Sully can take you to 10:30. Will that work? Or am I throwing you a wrench into the plans?
Well, this is the last play regardless. So.
Yeah, but they're not going to snap this thing for another minute probably.
Right.
Sure, why not?
Casey, I saw him slowly putting his headphones on. I'm like, he said, sure, why not? Casey's flexible. So, what the heck? I'll keep it with you, too, for a second. But okay. You might have to get us to 30. Casey will count you down, or he can jump in with you.
I ain't counting nobody down. You're either going into your TV show late, or we're not seeing the end of this. 1 of 2. I say we stay here.
He wants me to go on TV late. Right, of course he does.
Yeah, I mean, this is it.
This is it. So this is 4th down. This is the game. 17-13 Oakleaf in the lead. Nervous moments on that Fleming sideline. Broughton throws it, and it's picked. So a game-saving interception. And I've seen a flag go down there. I'm trying to see a number. Is that 12, 13 for Oakleaf? Either Jordan Price or Caleb Singleton, most likely. He's the DB listed here on my sheet. So that's Singleton with the interception. I mean, Broughton had to make something happen, Coach, but he didn't have much. They defended that well.
Yeah, they did a good job on that. The one, Broughton's going to be kicking himself on the one before, though, when he had the guy wide open.
He did. Now, I'm not sure he would have got in on that play, but he did have him open. Right. So that's a tough way to lose for Fleming Island. Heck of a drive to get themselves in position. And Oakleaf able to hold on right at the end, and they'll win this football game. It looks like 17-13, under a minute to go. All right, we're going to say goodbye. Got to get out of here. Sully, thanks for all your work. Have a great weekend.
Had fun.
And we'll be on the Blitz in just a couple moments, live on Fox 30, but we don't go away from here, and we're here until midnight. Don't forget the Battle of the Bands at 11 o'clock as well. Plenty more to come right here on the Friday night Zone Blitz.
Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
I'll tell you one thing about football in Southeast Georgia. They certainly know how to party. They have a good time, whether they're on the field, up there on the production crew for the broadcast. Doesn't matter. They love their high school football up in Waycross, Georgia. Of course, that was our game of the week. Hello, welcome in to the Friday Night Blitz. I'm Stuart Weber. Brett Martin will be along shortly. In a rare occurrence, the only game on a Thursday night happened to be our game of the week. Bartram Trail, Ware County, and perhaps could very well be the game of the year. We will certainly get to those highlights coming up in just a bit and some reaction from that one. But let's get you up to date on some of the games going on tonight, and what a night it has been across the area. All right, lots of games, lots of rain, lots of delays. We go down to the Clay County battle, Oakleaf, Fleming Island. Knights took care of Orange Park last week for bragging rights. Now it is the Golden Eagles in their crosshairs. Deuce Foy, toting the rock, takes it in for the touchdown. Here's your response from Fleming Island. Sebastian Broughton to Trace Burney. And look at him, switching fields and headed the other way. Finally gets pushed out. I'm sure he was extremely tired at that point, so I get it. It's a lot of running. But he wasn't that tired because look, he gets right behind the defense and Worm, Sebastian Broughton, his nickname's Worm, good nickname, finds Burney for the touchdown. Fleming Island on the board. A little later, how about some defense from Fleming Island, the Golden Eagles, and that's a pick as David Smith is able to haul that in. Interception for the Golden Eagles. One more first half play to bring you from this one, and it's Sebastian Broughton taking it to the house. There he goes. Touchdown, Fleming Island Golden Eagles. And you know what? Let's take a live look, shall we, at the game. And what's that, Brent Martineau? We've got handshakes. Give us a little update on how the rest of this thing went down. You've been watching it and following it on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Yeah, we just called the end of this game on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network and the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Oakleaf able to make an interception in the end zone. Caleb Singleton on 4th down, up 17-13. So they iced the game with essentially a goal line stand, and defense wins it for the Knights over Fleming Island.
So not a lot of scoring in that second half. Really, it was like, I think the second or third play of the second half as Deuce Floyd went and got himself another touchdown to start off the second half. And they held on from there all the way for a 17-13 big victory for the Oakleaf Knights. We talk about bragging rights and how big those kind of games are.
Yeah, and tough loss for Fleming Island. They were up last week on Riverside, and then they fought hard once again. Obviously, had the coaching change just a few weeks ago. This was a game effort by Fleming against a good Oakleaf team, and they kept coming back. They blocked a field goal to give them a chance at that final drive, drove it down the field, and just got thwarted with an end zone pick by Singleton, and Oakleaf is able to come away with a W. Two good football teams right there.
Action Sports Jax Olivia Tasley is there. She'll be catching up with Coach Christopher Foy, the head coach. We'll catch up with him. We'll either get that to you later in this broadcast or one of our future blitzes. We're going for another hour and a half here tonight as part of our Zone Blitz coverage. And how about our fans of the week? We had a vote. We have one each and every week for our final game that we're going to feature on the show. And yes, the lights are off, but that's because you're putting up the cell phones and you're getting rowdy in the crowd. This is at Tokoi Creek.
There's a party at Tokoi Creek tonight in the rain.
Having a party and saving on the electric bill for a couple minutes. Good job by the athletic director there. But here's what was happening on the field.
Rain on the parade.
Rain everywhere. Playing host to Bishop Kenny, and they were the first to find the end zone. Caleb Madison uses that vision, plots his way through and in for 6. Even with the weather, Coach Tim Krause not afraid to go through the air. Derek Heidemann, he'll find J.P. Donovan. BK doubles their lead. That makes it 14-0 in favor of the Crusaders. A little later on in the second quarter, it's Madison again. Look at that speed. Just pulling away from defenders and into the end zone. He got across the goal line. It counts. It counts.
Watch him look at his hand. Or he did look at his hand.
We're good.
What happened?
Then how about another run? This is Jelani Dawkins getting to the outside.
Wow, how do you get the edge?
And he's gone. Gets to the edge, gets away from that last line of defense, and Bishop Kenny wins and wins big. They would go ahead 35-0. The clock would run, and they get a 35-6 win. Jason Hamby catching up with Coach Krause after the win.
Your team started with white jerseys, ended about mud brown. Yep. You add in an hour delay. Yep. How do you keep your team prepared and ready to play once we finally get going here?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything our coaches did. I think it's our kids and the group of kids we have. I think they love playing football. I think they love playing with each other. And they kept themselves in a mindset that they were going to play and attack, and they did a great job tonight.
Talk to me about the run game. Obviously so crucial when the ball is soaking wet. And you got two guys that are back there that you can trust. Just toting the rock. I mean, how big is it to have two guys back there that you trust?
Yeah, we've got a bunch of skill players that I think are kind of exactly what we need. Are good physical players. Caleb Madison, Jelani Dawkins, both of them had great nights. J.P. Donovan played a really physical game blocking for us. Usually he's a guy that touched the ball a bunch. So, yeah, really proud of that group, and I think a group that is going to continue to grow and get better and execute better.
Well, that's Coach Krause. They've got a big one now next week, and with all the weather and everything else and next week's opponent, you could easily say, hey, maybe they would have looked ahead and well, they didn't look ahead. That was workmanlike, especially in the second half. The pull away they did, put an exclamation point on that one. And now you've got Bishop Kenny and Bowles next week, which is a big one. Obviously, Bowles will be hungry to just play a football game. With that St. Augustine game got canceled and will not be made up. So
which is
Bowles
a huge bummer, by the way.
Big
I hate that.
But you get Bowles like loaded their lineup once again, right? Their schedule, and so another big opponent next week. And this is a good rivalry. Bishop Kenny will be ready to go. I think we're still trying to figure out how good the Crusaders are after they lost a bunch last season, and we know Bowles is pretty good.
Yeah, good stuff there. You mentioned that Bowles St. Augustine was one of those games that got canceled. Only one game decided, you know what, we're going to move it a day forward, and guess what? They still ended up with some rain. As you take a look, this from last night up in Waycross, a little Thursday night tilt, and even with the moving it up 24 hours, still faced some rain, but they did get the game in. Let's go ahead and check it out.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
This was a fun game, a lot of scoring, so let's get right to it. Ware County fell into a 21-point hole in the first, but Luke Hooks and the Gators tie things up at halftime. 21 points in the second quarter. Skipping to the fourth now, tied at 28. Bears on offense, not for long. Jaden Weatherly drops back to pass, picked off by E.J. Methuselah, and he's off to the races. Gators take the lead. They score 28 unanswered. For now, ensuing possession, Weatherly hands the ball off to Arthur Lewis IV, and see you later. 73 yards later, he's back into the end zone for his third touchdown of the game. What a night for that young man. We're tied up. We go to overtime. Following the Ware touchdown, Bartram scored. They decide to go for two in the win. Nico Hawkins takes the handoff, and he gets in. What an individual play. I thought they stuffed that conversion. They did not because of Nico. In the Battle of the Border, Bartram wins 43-42. Action Sports Jax, Marcel Robinson with Corey Johns after the game.
I'm here with victorious head coach Corey Johns from Bartram Trail. I mean, I don't have the words for what we just witnessed, so I'm going to let you tell me what just happened on this field tonight.
Yeah, just chaos, man. I mean, our theme of the week, we did not play very well last week against Ponte Vedra. And they beat us that night. They played better than we did. So this week, focus and practice, the 2 days that we did get to practice, was mainly about attitude and effort, which are the two things we can control. And that changed, and we brought that tonight.
You guys go up 21-0 in the first quarter. Still a lot of football to be played. Obviously, we get to halftime. It's a brand new ball game. What was the message at halftime after they had scored 21 unanswered? Yeah,
at halftime I told them it's 0-0. Who cares? It doesn't matter. What happened before is irrelevant because we can't change it. What we can change is the second half and our attitude and effort in that. Our kids tonight, the difference was no matter what happened, negative or positive, they responded in a positive way. Our thing is watch this. So if we have a turnover on offense, our defense says watch this. We're going to go get the ball back. Same thing if we give up a touchdown on defense, our offense says don't worry about it, watch this. You know, that's just kind of our thing, and that really literally happened all night.
I mean, sticking with the watch this theme, I mean, just playmaker. Does that go into going for the win in overtime?
You don't want to go into a second overtime, especially with a team as physical as they are. But we had a play ready for it. We've practiced this situation. We've been over it. We felt good about it. The coaches said immediately as soon as we scored, they're like, Coach, run it.
I think you guys put up more points than Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Did we? I don't know. What was the score of that game?
Ongoing, but I don't think we're going to see what we saw tonight.
Yeah, this was a great game, man. They're a really good football team.
Yeah, only 27 for the Chiefs, 43 for the Bears.
That's a heck of a win by all accounts. Like we had Steve Price on the Zone Blitz earlier from Ponte Vedra. They had just beaten Bartram Trail, and they know Bartram Trail is a good team, basically off what they did last night to go up to Ware County and get a win at that place in the swamp. So terrific bounce-back win for Bartram Trail.
Among our most recent state champs, by the way, Ware County. They won it in 2022 up in Georgia. Winning state titles in Georgia is tough. It's really hard for these South Georgia teams to go up there and do that, and they got it done a couple years ago.
So we had that game live last night on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, so pay attention to that. Maybe we can sneak some more in throughout the season.
Just move all your games to Thursday here, game of the week. Just move it up a day. We'll handle it for you. So next week we're headed much closer drive for Marcel Robinson.
Yes.
Drive to Waycross versus a drive down the street to Beach and Hodges. Much easier. Episcopal and Providence coming up next week. And we got some good ones here lined up over the course of the next month. I mean, Riverside Reigns is going to be a whole lot of fun. They're both looking great right now. You got the battle of surf and turf.
Yes.
Beachside and Tocoy Creek. I love that rivalry name. Love to see it. and a great lineup ahead.
Yeah, a lot of different games in there, a lot of different counties hit, a couple of different states hit as well, but we know we're going to get some good games on Friday nights. All right, want to keep it rolling here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Antoine Nichols and the Generals hosting Orange Park at the backyard as Riverside tries to get a win, and they were able to beat the rain and get this one in. First quarter, no score. Ronald Bertrand takes a handoff. Just dismisses a defender and gets into the end zone, opens up the scoring for the Generals. Still in the first, Raiders chasing the touchdown. Quentin Moore comes up with a big defensive play, pokes the ball out. Orange Park recovers the football. Raiders in business, but still down a score. Skipping ahead now to the third quarter. Generals up 2 scores. Miles Kendrick gets the screen pass, and goodbye. See you later. Runs away from every defender on his way to the end zone. Generals were not done. Got a little bit of everybody in this game. Mitchell Gaskins drops back and delivers a beauty of a pass to a wide open receiver. The route was on for Riverside, running clock, and they win it 54-14.
We're excited to get out here, play some ball. Just fine-tune it, just starting fast. I think that was a pretty important thing that we wanted to do, and just continue to get better.
14 points. Coaches say it's too much points for defense, but for the most part, 54-14 in the game that looked like it was pretty much a complete win for you guys. Obviously early in the season, how important is it to see these type of victories and these type of performances early in the season?
Oh yeah, I mean, as you can look at our schedule, we don't have a cupcake schedule. Hats off to those teams that we play, as well as we want that type of competition. That way we're ready for us, the postseason for us, putting together our resume and just continue to build and get better. I think that's the bottom line. Iron sharpen iron, and just getting after it.
Win by Antoine Nicholas and the Riverside Generals. Take us to the graveyard, Weber.
All right, let's do it. We got the Reigns Vikings taking on Trinity Christian. That's a blockbuster matchup here in week 3. Vikings with the ball first. Vikings in the end zone first. Nice drive right down the field. Capped by Tadarius Washington. He'll cross the goal line and score. He did lose the ball, but it counts. Just got to cross the goal line. That's all you got to do. After the 2-point conversion, Conquerors get it, but King Massey on defense says, no, I'm going to stop you. That's my job. Trinity Christian, though, goes to the air on 3rd and long. Terrell Dallas to Marquez Hicks. Big pickup. That'll move the chains, and it'll put the Conquerors in business. Later on in the drive, Hicks Zara on the QB keeper. Looks like he's bound for 6. Oh, the shoestring tackle keeps him out of the end zone, but that would only delay the inevitable. Zara going to hit Lennox Hires, and it's touchdown Conquerors. That would make it 8-6. However, the Vikings pull away in the second half, 48-23. By the way, that game much closer than it sounds. 48-23 the final, but it was much closer at halftime of that one.
A little bit of a gut check, too, though, for Reigns, and they answered the bell, so they were able to come out with a big second half. All right, more games to come on the Blitz, including a battle of the unbeatens in the SSAA. That's coming up next here on the Friday Night Blitz and part of our Friday Night Zone Blitz coverage from 8 p.m. until midnight.
We are the Barton Channel Bears, and you're watching Friday Night Blitz.
New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza. Some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Get local sports on demand with Action Sports Jax 24/7. All sports, all local, all the time. From the locker room to the field, the Jax, high school football, the Jacksonville Armada, and don't forget the Brent and Austin Show. They're all in on Trevor. Of course. Download the Action News Jax Now app, available wherever you stream or at actionnewsjax.com. TV, phone, laptop, desktop. Action Sports Jax 24/7. Jacksonville sports, all the time. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When strong storms threaten and your safety is on the line, nothing beats accuracy. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish and the First Alert Weather Team, your safest place to be during a storm. This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
I mean, guys, there's so many things that happen that are unreal.
Anything better than an OT finish in high school football, especially when you go north of the border, you play in a fantastic venue, and you go beat Ware County. They did it in dramatic fashion. Bartram Trail Bears in our Game of the Week.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, you already heard from Coach Johns earlier in the program, a couple of times actually here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz throughout the night. And thanks to Jaguars Prep and Whataburger, they got themselves a nice check last night. Heck of a bus ride home as well from Ware County as the Bartram Trail Bears get it done with an overtime win, 43-42. Welcome back here, everybody, to the Friday Night Blitz. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Jax team. We did have some games canceled. Yep. We had a bunch of games delayed, but we still had a bunch of games played. And how about we get to more of them?
Let's do it. And how about a battle of the unbeatens early in the season? Old Plank Christian, first year in 11-man football, taking on St. Joseph's Academy in some SSAA action. Second quarter, flashes on offense. That's Cody Ott, handed it to Jack Fox. There he goes. Jukes a defender, and he is in for the score. Flashes up 15-8. Then, more from St. Joe's. Ott to Jeremiah Kez. Takes off, but loses the football. He does fall on in the end zone, and that's one of the oddest touchdowns you'll see all night. St. Joe's up 21-8 at the time. Fourth quarter, more from the flashes, more points. They pour it on, and win big. Let's hear from Coach Cash Forward after the win for the St. Joe's Flashes, who moved to 4-0.
The kids stepped up big tonight. The odds were stacked against us with the rain going against a single wing team, but they really flew to the football. We preached gang tackling, and they got to there, and we really ended up doing our jobs on defense. We really rode on offense behind Jack Fox, our running back. Like, the kid takes 4 guys to tackle him. It's really a big help to us. The offensive line really dominated today. We were able to run the ball against some stacked boxes, and that was a big moment for us.
All right, how about we take a look at Hilliard and Paxton. Hilliard ready to roll, and they got that turf field. Don't worry about the rain too much. Backflipping our way into a Friday night. How about to start the game, an onside kick, and that is Ethan Garland, who kicks it and recovers it, and the Flashes off to a nice start in this one against the Golden Eagles. Meanwhile, Hilliard trying to play some defense. Watch this play here. Almost a fantastic catch by Kenyon Gardner, but right at the last second, it's Garland who's able to strip the ball away. Yeah, it's incomplete. Nice defensive play. Meanwhile, we've got more defense in this one. It's DJ Alderman. Looked like another could-be touchdown, but it wouldn't be. Sooner or later, they give it to Gardner, and the Jet gets in there from a couple of yards out. It's 6-0 in favor of Paxson. Well, celebration time, and back to Hilliard we go. Looks like it's going to be a sack, but instead, watch DJ Alderman. Makes a move on the ball, the 5'5", able to get it, and keeps the drive alive with a first down. But are committed to the uncommitted nominee for this week. We just talked about him on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. There he is, Kenyon the Jet Gardner. He can fly, runs a 4.38, had a couple of scores. The last check I got from this one was 14-0. Paxson led it early, and that's what they won it by over Hilliard.
All right, how about we go north of the border to Glenn Academy, the Red Terrors, and boy, they would be the Terrors for Bradwell Institute on this occasion. Deshaun Howard, here he is on the reverse, going to take it all the way down to the 1-yard line. They'd score in the very next play. 8-6 Glenn, and that's as close as it would get for the rest of the way. Charlie Cox, he'll score for the Red Terrors. Another touchdown for Glenn Academy. Defense getting in on the act as well as Bradwell coughs it up. Zion Gervais scoops, and there he goes. Ooh. Nice little block.
Nice
block. He'll take it to the house. Lengthy run, and that's a touchdown. One more for Howard. It was all Glenn tonight. Running clock victory, 57-12.
All right, stay in Southeast Georgia now. We go to Charlton County, taking on the Yulee Hornets. First quarter we go, and these guys they don't live too far from each other. Cruz drops back. That's Aiden Cruz. Launches this one downfield, and Trent Hamilton, he's got it. Charlton would punch it in on the next play, even though that one is just shy of the goal line. Later in the first, Charlton still up by a score when Amari Wilson in the Wildcat, he breaks a couple of tackles, and when he gets loose, he is gone down the sideline for a touchdown. Hang on with us. They got it in there. Later in the third, Charlton leads by 7. Maurice Sims, well, breaks a lot of Hornet tacklers, takes it all the way to the house. Charlton goes back up by 14. You know, Yulee kept coming back in this game, but Charlton would keep going up in this game as well. They answered the bell, up 28-14. Aiden Cruz would throw another one. Actually, this one's going to be picked off by TJ Williamson. We'll get a Yulee highlight in here. Played the ball well downfield. They're able to pick it off, but Charlton does win big, 42-14. They get one back in the W column.
So we've talked about the Friday night Zone Blitz. Here are 4 of the games that are going to be featured next week. We've got our game of the week. We mentioned Episcopal Providence. How about Mandarin at Bradford?
Good
Bartram Trail at Creekside, the battle for Longleaf Pine Parkway, and then Mainland at Rains.
Blockbusters.
Those are great games. We want you, by the way, to vote on the 5th game. We're going to put up those options on Twitter a little later on tonight, and then you'll see it next week on the Zone Blitz. It starts at 8 p.m. and continues all the way to midnight. It's on right now. This is all part of the Zone Blitz as we speak, so we will join you on that next week with those 4 big games.
All right, hey, more to come on the Blitz, including the play of the day, plus we roll back the clock, but not that much for another Jaguars high school memory. Stay with us.
We're Impact Lions, and you're watching Friday Night Blitz. Okay.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
The Action Sports Jax 24/7 network is streaming. I'm Stuart Weber, and I'm here to teach you a nice 3-step process on how you can watch all your favorite programming from the Brent and Austin Show every weekday 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. or the Cup Date with me. It's fantastic. We talk NASCAR. It's a great time. Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. All right, first step, easy. Download the Action News Jax app. You probably already have it downloaded on your phone, so you might already have that one taken care of. Step 2, see that stack of pancakes up there? You click that stack of pancakes, and it's going to bring down step number 3, which is a full screen of all the different streams that you can click on, including the Action Sports Jax 24/7 stream. You click that, the video's rocking and rolling on your mobile device. You're watching all the shows you want to, and you're having a good time. You can also do it on your smart TV with the Action News Jax Now app. I do it on my Samsung TV at home.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at nimnickbuickgmc.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnick is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnick. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, quarterback Nate Harry completed 17 of 27, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns from Nice High School. It earned him the Whataburger Jaguars Prep Player of the Week.
Yeah, I would say my second game in high school, I had 4 catches and 3 touchdowns for like 225 yards. So I would say that was probably a big memory that I had.
He probably made a lot of really good plays in
I
high school.
think he
In
did.
fact, I know he did because we pulled up this high school video of Brian Thomas Jr., the Jaguars' first rounder, and he just made kids look silly, which isn't a surprise. He's an NFL wide receiver and clearly ahead of his age. The thing that always gets me when we put these together, look at the last line on that graphic.
Class of 2021.
So he's on the Jaguars. He graduated from high school in 2021.
That's crazy.
You are welcome, people at home. Don't forget to take your vitamins and schedule your doctor visits.
I hope your yards per catch are just as good in the NFL, by the way, as that high school
I'd be
game.
okay with that.
Jalen Ramsey questionable on Sunday. Jags, Dolphins, season lid lifter. We'll be there for it. We leave tomorrow for Miami with the team. Countdown to kickoff starts our coverage all the way to Action Sports Jax primetime, 10:30 on Fox 30, 11:30 on CBS 47. We do have an hour postgame show as well, hopefully from a Jags W.
All right, play of the week. We've shown you all the Fleming and Oakleaf drama. Well, this is the end of the game. This is down by 4 in the red zone, and an interception by Caleb Singleton to seal the deal for the Oakleaf Knights over Fleming Island. It's a big win in Clay County for Coach Christopher Foy. We'll hear from him on the Zone Blitz, so keep it locked on the 24/7 network. We'll have that for you coming up in just
He made a nice read on that ball to come off his receiver and go make that play. That was a fourth
And
down
if you
play.
miss it, you're losing the game. So,
Absolutely.
You know.
So, hey, also coming up on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, we're going to play 15 minutes of bands in the next couple of minutes. We'll highlight Bartram Trail, Trinity Christian, and Andrew Jackson.
And we leave you with the Fleming Island Band, our band of the week here on the Friday Night Blitz.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports, from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When you think sports, you think Action Sports Jax, the official station of the Jaguars, on location for every game. But the most experienced team in town doesn't stop there. From high school football to the big events in the area, Action Sports Jax is always on. Now, we take that to a new level. Action Sports Jax 24/7 is around-the-clock coverage of the teams you love and the moments you can't miss. The best local sports in Jacksonville on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Presenting their 2024 field production, Wrecked, your Trinity Christian Academy Marching Cocker Band. welcome the Spirit of Bartram.
Keep those men out of your
I'm glad we used that again, because that was a fun moment last night.
So
We were
good.
showing this game live, Bartram Trail, Ware County. That was a great moment. That was a good thing for Ware County. It didn't end all good, though, did it?
No, but the folks in Ware County, they love their football, and they love the Friday Night Blitz. Hello, welcome into the quick edition of the Blitz, where we quite literally blitz through the highlights. So, Brandon, let's jump right into it. We will give you that game of the week in just a minute, but it was Thursday, so let's get to some Friday action.
Yeah, we actually had some. Oakleaf and Fleming Island. Knights took care of Orange Park last week. Tonight, the Golden Eagles in their crosshairs. Deuce Foy, toting the rock, takes it in to start the scoring. And Oakleaf was on top just like that. Now, they're up 10-0. And then watch Trace Burney gets a pass from Sebastian Broughton. And watch him do some work now. Break some tackles. Plays a little pinball right there at the 45-yard line. And still able to get about another 15 yards. A little bit later, like a couple of plays later, Broughton to Burney. Didn't they just see what happened? How'd they leave number 3 alone? Whew. There he is. That's a touchdown. They would score twice in the final 5 minutes of the second quarter, so it's 10-7. And then David Smith picks off a pass from Oakleaf in their own end. Nice catch, too. Full extension on the sideline. Well, Broughton would run in a touchdown shortly after that to make it 13-10 at the half in favor of
there goes Worm,
the Golden Eagles. Worm's on the loose. He can really fly. And so, 13-10 at halftime. Oakleaf takes the lead 17-13. Last play of the game, 4th down, and it's picked off by Caleb Singleton. So they had a chance to win it on the final play. Singleton comes off his man, makes the play on the ball, and that seals the deal. Oakleaf able to win 17-13 in a dandy out there in Clay County that started a little bit after 8 o'clock because of the rain.
By the way, that is our play of the week.
Good mention.
So
Yes,
we're gonna give you a little early recognition there. How about our fans of the weekend? This is because they won the fan vote. Did Tocoy Creek hosting Bishop Kenny? They went on the Action Sports Jax Twitter account and made their voice heard, and you can tell they were having a party down there. I don't know, at the bullpen. I don't know what they call their stadium.
That would be good if they did.
That'd be a good one. How about the game? Well, the game not so good. Crusaders, Caleb Madison using his vision, plots his way through and in for 6. How about some passing? Through the air goes Coach Tim Krause as Derek Heidemann finds JP Donovan. BK doubles their lead, makes it 14-0. Then Madison again. And you can see that field, by the way. You can see that they got a lot of rain down
Madison
there.
kept his footing.
That was a white jersey at the start of the game, by the way. And this game, all Bishop Kenny, they get the victory. 35-6 final score as they head into that game against Bowles next week.
All right, so we mentioned the game of the week. It was moved to Thursday night, and it still rained up there on Thursday.
Oh, it's still raining right now?
It might still be raining. I don't know. Southeast Georgia didn't have as much tonight. It didn't look like, at least, during our coverage. But our game of the week moved to Thursday. We actually played it live on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
The game of the week, sponsored by Whataburger.
And this lived up to the hype. Ware County fell into a 21-point hole in the first quarter, but Luke Hooks and the Gators tie things up at halftime. They scored 21 in the second, skipped to the fourth, tied at 28. Bears on offense. Not for long. Jaden Weatherly picked off E.J. Methuselah off to the races. And actually, the Gators would take the lead there, 28-21. It was tied at 21. Ensuing possession, Weatherly hands the ball off to Arthur Lewis IV. See you later, Arthur. 73 yards later, into the end zone for his 3rd score of the game. Ties things up. We would end up in overtime. Ware scored a touchdown. Bartram scores, and then they decide we're going for the win. Give it to Nico Hawkins. Looks stopped, but he wasn't. Planted his foot in the ground, made a cut, dove in, game winner. Bartram wins the Battle of the Border, 43-42. What a game of the week it was. On Thursday, you'll watch the whole thing live on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
We're hitting 2 for 3. Bradford, Baker County, great game. Bowles Trinity Christian, one-sided. Bartram Trail, Ware County, great game. So 2 for 3, off to a good start. Of course, we got Episcopal Providence next week. Should be a fun rivalry game there. By the way, so far this year, 1, 2, 3-0 for the visiting team in our game of the week as we watch the trends here on the Friday Night Blitz.
Hitting 3 different counties as well.
We try to do that. That's on purpose.
And the Generals hosting Orange Park. They were able to get it in on that turf field at the backyard. Not the Brickyard, that's an idiot. First quarter, no score. Ronald Bertrand takes the handoff. He shakes and bakes way in the end zone, opens up the scoring for the Generals. Still in the first. Raiders chasing a touchdown, which means they're down. Quentin Moore comes up with a big defensive play, pokes the ball out. Orange Park recovers the football. Raiders in business. Not for long. Skip ahead to the third quarter. Generals up 2 scores. Well, make it 3. Miles Kendrick, screen pass, and Oh, yeah.
He's good.
He split them all. Turned on the burners. And they weren't done yet. Mitchell Gaskins gets in the scoring column a little bit later for the Generals. It would be a running clock, 54-14 at the end of this one. Riverside gets the W.
All right, let's go to the graveyard from the backyard. No games from the shipyard tonight. Maybe the brickyard later. I don't know. We'll find out. How about the Vikings with the ball first? They get into the end zone. That's Tadarius Washington. He was across the goal line before losing the ball. That is a touchdown. Put your hands in the air. That'll work. After the two-point conversion, it's 8-0. Conqueror's turn. King Massey into the backfield. He'll blow up this play for a big loss there. So Trinity Christian, 3rd and long. And they're going to the sky. Marquez Hicks from Terrell Dallas. That's a big pickup. It'll move the chains. Puts the Conquerors in business later on in the drive. Hicks are out. QB keeper right up the middle. Looks like he's going to get there. And the shoestring tackle takes him down just short of the end zone. But that only delays the inevitable. Zira will hit Lennox Hires. Touchdown for the Conquerors. However, the Vikings pull away for a big win, 48-23. Bigger than it seemed. It was a lot closer game than a 25-point margin as Reigns gets the win. We're coming right back here on the Friday Night Blitz.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Yeah! Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
The best stories sometimes come after the game. Join us for in-depth conversations with local coaches Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 p.m., including our latest guest on the program.
We've had kids come up to us and say, we practice like this every day. Like that first spring, he's like, Coach, we got more done today than we would get done in a week last year. And I just, it's always been that way. And through thick and thin, through hard and easy, through good and bad.
Catch up on the chats you missed by watching the After the Game playlist on our Action Sports Jax YouTube page.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
That would be Corey Johns from Bartram Trail with a big win last night, courtesy of Jaguars Prep and Whataburger. They get a check for the Bartram Trail sports program. Welcome back, everybody, to our Friday Night Blitz. And what do you say we play some more games?
Let's do it. How about a SSAA battle? 2 undefeateds. Old Plank Christian, first ever year in 11-man football, mind you, taking on St. Joe's, the Mighty Flashes. Here we go.
In the middle of the field.
Don't worry about that puddle. Cody Ott hands it to Jack Fox. There he goes in 15-8, Flashes ahead. In the third quarter, it's Ott to Jeremiah Kess. He'll take off, loses the football, but then he falls on it. So, touchdown. All right, 21-8 St. Joe's. Fourth quarter we go. More flashes, more points, pouring it on. They go on to win and get the victory. They improve to 4-0 on the season. Nice win for the Flashes of St. Joe's as Cash Forbridge. Let's hear from him.
The kids stepped up big tonight. The odds were stacked against us with the rain going against a single wing team, but they really flew to the football. We preached gang tackling, and they got to there, and we really ended up doing our jobs on defense. We really rode on offense behind Jack Fox, our running back. Like, the kid takes 4 guys to tackle him. It's really a big help to us. The offensive line really dominated today. We were able to run the ball against some stacked boxes, and that was a big moment for us.
Oh, those new turf fields in Duval County coming up big on a night like this. Hilliard visiting Paxton. The Golden Eagles entered strong on degree of difficulty with the backflip. Opening kickoff, and the Flashes get tricky. Onside kick, and it's recovered by the kid that kicked it, Ethan Garland, with the honors. Nice play, nice kick, perfectly executed. This game would settle down for Paxton. Kenyon, the Jet Gardner, would help do just that. Short touchdown run in the first quarter makes it 6-0. Then a bit later, this is why he's called the Jet.
Is he fast?
4.3840 apparently.
I bet he's fast.
Here's our committed to the uncommitted nominee for this week, so we talked more about him just about an hour ago on the Friday night Zone Blitz. Touchdown, Paxton wins big, 41-0.
How about Glenn Academy hosting Bradwell Institute? This one up in Southeast Georgia. Scoreless early, would not stay scoreless for long. Deshaun Howard here on the reverse. He's going to take it all the way down to the 1-yard line. They would punch it in on the next play, but we like the long play with the cutback and all the moves. How about Charlie Cox for Glenn? It's 8-6 when he takes it in for another Red Terrors touchdown, and boy, they would pour it on from here. How about some defense getting in on the act? Bradwell will cough it up. Zion Gervais scoops it, and there he goes. Half the length of the field, he goes for the touchdown. We'll give you one more from Howard in a moment. How about a running clock for the Red Terrors? They take it 57-12. Might be one of my favorite mascots here in the area, the Red Terrors.
It's a good one. Let's stay there in Southeast Georgia. Charlton County taking on the Yulee Hornets. First quarter we go. Pleasantries before. Aiden Cruz drops back and launches one down the field. Trent Hamilton, he beats the defense. Nice over-the-shoulder catch. It wouldn't get in, but he'd punch it in on the next play. Later in the first, Charlton's still up by that score right there. And Amari Wilson and the Wildcat, they got some big play capability because look at him go. Once he hits that sideline, sheds the last tackle at the 45, it was all over from there and a 2-score lead. Later in the third, now Charlton leads by 7. And Maurice Sims.
How's he going to score off this play?
Breaks some tackles.
Right into the mass of humanity and bounces it out.
They found some room. 42-14 at the end of this when Charlton County would go on to beat Yulee on this Friday evening up in Southeast Georgia.
All right, so coming up next Friday night, we have our Zone Blitz. These are 4 of our 5 featured games. We have Episcopal at Providence. That's our Jaguars Prep Whataburger game of the week. Mandarin at Bradford, couple state runner-ups from a year ago going head-to-head. You got the battle for Longleaf Pine Parkway, Barter Trail and Creekside, and then Mainland, a state champ from a year ago. By the way, I just found out they lost tonight to Flagler Palmco 7-2.
Wow.
They head to Rains. That's going to be a great matchup in the Graveyard. We want you to vote for the 5th. It'll be on the Action Sports Jax Twitter account later tonight. And then join us next week. Friday night Zone Blitz starts up at 8, all the way to midnight. It's going on as we speak. By the way, come join us on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network right after this show, and we'll talk a little bit of a breakdown on what we saw tonight.
All the way until midnight. Let's take a time out. We'll come right back, put a bow on this show for now.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
High school football is back and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action Sports Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday night Zone Blitz.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
All right, Nate Harry completed 17 to 27, totaled 239 yards, 2 touchdowns from Nice High School last week, earned him the Whataburger Jaguars Prep Player of the Week.
By the way, much more Jaguars coverage all weekend long. We've got your game day covered. Countdown to kickoff, the game, both of those on CBS 47. An hour of postgame and then prime time to break it all down.
We're excited about it. Should be a fun game on Sunday for the Jags. It was a fun night despite all the rain tonight.
Yeah, we got around it. We made it work.
Fleming Islands Band. We've got more coverage coming up until midnight on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Come join us.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
The best stories sometimes come after the game. Join us for in-depth conversations with local coaches Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 p.m., including our latest guest on the program.
We've had kids come up to us and say, we practice like this every day. Like that first spring, he's like, Coach, we got more done today than we would get done in a week last year. And I just, it's always been that way. And through thick and thin, through hard and easy, through good and bad.
Catch up on the chats you missed by watching the After the Game playlist on our Action Sports Jax YouTube page.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade. All right, welcome back here to the Friday Night Zone Blitz, everybody. Brent Martineau flying solo for a moment. Stuart Weber will join us in a little bit. Where is everybody? Marcel Robinson already go? Jason Hamby already go? I hope he did. Yeoman's work by everybody. Casey's been here like all day. He didn't even work here. Hamby's been here since like 1 o'clock in the morning last night or early today. Almost pulled like a 24-hour thing. He hasn't really been here the whole time. He did go home for a little bit, but you get what I'm saying. Marcel Robinson up in Waycross last week, and now here he is last night, and now here, headed to Miami tomorrow. We're headed with the Jags down to South Florida. Stuart Weber been putting in the work. Olivia Tassley just getting back because that Fleming Island game took forever against Oakleaf. It started late and then ended late, and we were able to show you that right the last time we were in here in this studio. Then we went out and did the Friday Night Blitz, had the bands, more Friday Night Blitz, and now we're back for essentially what we would call probably a little Friday Night Zone Blitz overtime to recap the night. It's been a pretty wild night in high school football. It's one of those nights where we've had in the past, we've actually canceled Friday Night Blitz episodes in the past because of hurricanes, tropical storms, just nights where all games got canceled. It wasn't one of those nights. It was a little bit different because we had lightning delays, we had obviously weather delays, we had games that were played, we had cancellations. Probably more games ended up being played tonight than I would have imagined when you were looking at that radar and it started coming down earlier tonight. So we're glad for that, and we're able to show you some good ones once again down the stretch. The reason we do this whole thing is to be able to show you some finishes of the games. And, well, now the way we're built, we can almost show you the whole game and peek in and out of them. But over the years, and especially already this year, we've been able to show you some good finishes, including Fleming Island and Oakleaf that came right down to the final play, and it was an interception in the end zone. We'll show you that one in just a moment. We'll also hear from Christopher Foy, the winning coach of the Oakleaf Knights, who were able to get that win 17-13. You're taking a look at some of the scores, and really so am I, as I continue to catch up even on the evening as we've been on the run. Bradford gets the win 28-7. They'll host Mandarin next week. Mandarin victorious even without Trammell Jones. So we got Mandarin and Bradford next week. That's an awesome game. Even without Trammell, there's a lot of firepower there. Mike Norvell, Florida State coach, was at Mandarin tonight. Doing some recruiting, checking in on his recruits. See that Spruce Creekside score? That just went final 36-29. Creekside actually led 29-22. They gave up a touch. They rallied back in the game. Took the lead in the fourth. They were up 1 point, 29-28, with 4.5 minutes to go in the game. They fumbled the kickoff. Spruce Creek goes in and scores, and basically that would be the difference, 36-29. Creekside falls to 0-3. Special teams has been a big-time advantage for Creekside the last few years. Not so far this year. They've been pretty much a disaster on special teams for the most part. And now next week they get Bartram Trail. Good luck. Bartram Trail Creekside rivalry renewed next week, and Creekside itching for a win. Meanwhile, Bartram Trail got the win last night. Ware County, an impressive win after a bounce back because they lost to Ponte Vedra the week prior. Some other scores to tell you about. Reigns Vikings, pretty impressive, 48-23 over Trinity Christian. Obviously, Trinity isn't stacked like they usually are, but they were up in this game 23-15. It was tight at halftime, and then Reigns pours it on in the second half. So that shows you a team that has some mettle, some moxie, some toughness, and they were able to get a little bit of a gut check and finish them off. Yulee, who can be a pesky team, loses to Charlton County tonight 42-14. Reebok goes north of the border and plays Camden County. They lose 62-6. Camden County puts it on them. That Golden Eagles score of Paxson, I was at that game earlier. It was 14-0. It actually finished 41-0 in favor of Paxson over Hilliard. And let me see if I can catch it. Middleburg is the game that kind of, I think, caught our attention. I don't know exactly what happened in that game. They did get it in. They win 9-0 over Clay. And I was asking Coach Sullivan earlier, I can't imagine it's been too many times over the last 10, 15, maybe even longer years that Middleburg has been able to beat Clay. So I think that's a big win out there for the Bronx as they are able to get the win in shutout fashion on this rainy evening. What else do we see? Episcopal beat Stanton 30-8. Episcopal Providence will be our game of the week next week for the Friday night Zone Blitz. So we'll peek in on that one. It'll be right around the corner. And then, of course, we'll show you all the highlights and have the reaction and everything else from our game of the week. One of the games of the night was Fleming Island and Oakleaf. And one thing we haven't got to yet in our 3.5+ hours of coverage is reaction from Christopher Foy after the win. We showed you plenty of times how it all happened. Well, here's Coach Foy with Olivia Tassley after the game.
Olivia Tassley here with the winning head coach Foy. How's it feel?
It feels great. I mean, we knew it would be a tough battle. I mean, it's a Clay County rivalry, and it stood up to the billing.
Does it feel like you can have a little bit of bragging rights this season now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Clay County has a rich football tradition. And we feel now, I mean, we'll be the kings of Clay again. I mean, because it's our last Clay County game. So, and it's against a very good opponent that's always been traditionally good, and so it's a good night for us.
Now you get to ride the bus home with a win, right? How's that going to be?
It's going to be great because we went through a lot today with the rain. Well, I mean, we had 3 delays, and so our kids were so excited to play, and then you had to take them back in, bring them back out, take them back in, and so the resilience of both teams was showing, and that's why Clay County football is what it is.
Yeah, you really saw the ups and downs in this game, right? Did exhaustion ever really hit in?
Oh, I think it did with both of our teams. We started cramping up a little bit. They did too, but the kids fought hard. I mean, what an ending! What a game! What a game! I mean, we're lucky to be in something like this.
What a great show on the gridiron tonight, Coach. Enjoy the win. We'll see you next week.
Yes, ma'am.
Olivia Tassley with head coach Foy. That'll do it for me from Fleming Island High School, guys. Let's go back to you.
Hi, great work out there tonight, Liv. Obviously, a battle in the rain, couple stops for her, and then shows us really what ended up being the game of the night. A couple other games to tell you about. Bishop Kenny able to beat Tocoy Creek 35-6, and Jason Hamby was at that one. Bishop Kenny kind of rolling into that Bowls game next week, so that should be a heck of a matchup there, and maybe they're ready. They're undefeated going into that one. Obviously, Bowls did not play tonight. The game that was going to be awesome to watch tonight, we thought, would be Bowls and St. Augustine. Well, that's not even going to be played now this year because that's postponed, and they can't find another date for it. There are some other reschedules, if you will, like Ed White Westside. They're going to play at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I don't know how that feels going to be ready to go tomorrow morning if it wasn't tonight, but I guess it is. And different kind of rain out there on the west side versus what we saw in other parts of the area. Let's see, what else do we have? Monday night's going to be Fletcher and Atlantic Coast. So that will be the matchup that's moved to 6 o'clock on Monday night if you want to catch some football. You can also catch Jags Report live from String Sports Brewery that same night. Antonio Johnson will be our guest. We confirmed that today, so we're excited about having the second-year player from Texas A&M join us on that program. And one other note, Ponte Vedra Baker County, we know that game was moved to early October because October 3rd, they had a common bye week. And so they actually decided last night that they would cancel this game, knowing that they had the bye week. They wouldn't mess around with the weather, and they ended up doing that. Just saw another score that I hadn't mentioned yet. Riverside beats Orange Park 54-14. So here comes Action Sports Jax Stuart Weber now as he joins in the conversation. And you guys had Bartram Trail, Ware County last night. What a game that was. Casey was in there. Sully was down at Flagler. You were here. Marcel Robinson doing all the camera work for that. That was a fun one to have. We did the live broadcast, just impromptu, audible to it around 4:30 yesterday afternoon, and that one was worth it. 43-42. That was a heck of a win by Bartram Trail.
By the way, maybe we should plan ahead a little bit for that Ponte Vedra Baker County. That's a Thursday night game.
That third is a Thursday night?
Thursday, October 3rd at 6 p.m.
All right, let's go.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't want to compete with Jaguars All Access that night.
I don't think we really compete. We just give another option. So there we go.
Do we have a second stream on the stream? Figure it out.
Well, we can do that with Action News Jax and
you're right.
Action Sports Jax.
I guess it would probably air on the Action News Jax.
I like that, though.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Hey, fun night. That was a
Yeah,
long night, but
crazy night.
last night was awesome. That was a lot of fun to get to hang out with Sully.
Yeah,
basically hanging out with Sully.
It was kind of like the
for
Manning
3
cast, our
hours.
version.
Yeah, a little bit. We tried to throw some play-by-play in there. You don't have any research on the guys other than just kind of having a roster in front of you, which is a little bit different than maybe some conventional play-by-play that you're used to. You're just trying to help the audience put some names to the numbers a little bit, and they're obviously watching the action so they can see it. But you're catching some of the highlights here from that game last night, and yeah, I mean, it was terrific. It was back and forth. They went. I'm sure the crowd was electric. There was the E.J. Methuselah pick 6, and that one made it 35-28. And so what does Arthur Lewis do? You just give him the ball, and he totes it 73 yards to tie that thing back up and get it to overtime. So it was a whole lot of fun, and you know what? Big credit to Nico Hawkins on that 2-point conversion because it looked like they had him corralled. Here's the play, out to his left, and just kind of puts a foot in the ground and cuts it back towards the end zone and loses his defenders and gets in. So Bartow Trail has a chance to go crazy and have some fun, and that's what this high school football is all about, is that great moment that, you know, those players are going to be able to share that moment with their friends, their teammates for forever.
Well, here's the deal. I thought it was interesting. We had Corey Johns on the Friday Night Blitz, Zone Blitz earlier in the night, so now going back 3 hours. And he joined us on the phone. Actually, we had post-game last night and everything else. But he said something that really stuck out to me. He's coached a couple of running backs that have led the state in rushing. And I got to go back and look who those guys are. He thinks Arthur Lewis might be more special than any of them.
And I think a really good point that he made is the fact that, he and Hawkins maybe got buried a little bit buried the lead a little bit because of the fact that they had Lathan Biddle, and Lathan was just a touchdown scoring machine for those guys over there over the last few years. I mean, he was tremendous, and they don't miss a step with Lewis and what he's been able to do here early in the season. So we enjoy it. Sure. Did he get a different nickname too? I mean, Christopher Ford II is Deuce. Maybe Quattro. Quattro.
I don't know if we go for that, but I like the idea of it.
If you like it, let us know.
So apparently we're getting word in the NFL game. I think it just finished or is finishing. Jordan Love injured in that game.
Completely forgot there was an NFL game.
I did too until a short time ago, and I think it was a pretty good game, 31-26 or 34-29. It's gone final, but apparently.
So I'm 0-2. That's a good start to the Fedora.
Jordan Love injured. Must have been late in that game. Malik Willis ended up going in for him, so that's a storyline. Eagles get the win. Jags go to the Dolphins on Sunday. Of course, Casey Kurtz will have the No Name Show tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. until noon on college football.
The No Name Show?
Yeah.
All right.
They have sometimes they'll have a bar.
The No Name Bar, yeah.
Or a diner. Yeah, the No Name Bar.
Is there a No Name Bar in St. Augustine?
Yeah, I think there is.
I think there is, yeah.
Or Middle of Nowhere Diner or something like that. I don't know. No Name Show.
The old No Name Show.
But I like Casey's thinking of it. First of all, it
beats having to come up with a name.
Intentional.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's I don't have to actually talk about anything specific.
You do it on whatever you want.
That's right. It's open for everything.
When you name a show the Scrap House, I mean, you're pretty much
yeah. You're either talking about paper or wrestling.
You're pigeoning yourself in there. I don't know where you're going with it. So.
Yeah. But anyway, 10 a.m. until 12 tomorrow. That's a Saturday show that we do. And, Casey does. And talk a little about betting lines and how the college lines add up, but also college football and also the NFL. Did a lot on the Jaguars for tomorrow's show. So check it out tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. That's kind of the next show in the rotation with Action Sports Jax 24/7 Network. Doing so much local right now on this network with 55 hours of live programming a week.
Real estate, baby.
We had 14 hours of live programming today on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 Network, including this extravaganza for 4 hours. Gators play Samford tomorrow. FSU off. They can't go to 0-3, so that's good news for them.
Good news for the Gators. They can fingers crossed, say they beat the Bulldogs.
They could
tomorrow.
That's right.
Assuming
DJ Lagway.
Everything doesn't go
we'll
sideways.
Get the start in that.
See
so
how that goes.
Busy sports weekend ahead.
Who's
but
UCF
obviously,
got? UCF got anybody? Hambone? What you got? Gonna jump in because you got to mention UCF.
Probably not.
Probably not on.
We'll interpret.
Sanford State. Or no, Sam Houston.
Sam Houston.
Houston State.
By the way, I came back in here because
Bearcats, right? Is that what they're?
Real quick, I know high school football, but Packers down 5, trying to score to take the lead, going love injury.
How bad is it?
It looks bad.
It looks bad.
It looks like he got rolled up, kind of standing up, knee. And if you were watching the Brendan Austin show earlier this morning, I picked them to win a Super Bowl. So that's really cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I
don't know why it's about you, but at the same time, that's a bad pick.
Guess you can't go running. Guess you can't go running around talking about that pick like you did the one pick you got right on the college show. The other day.
College.
You get one right and you just go blasting it on the internet.
I'm blasting it.
How's your shoulder? Is it all right? Trying to pat yourself on the back so much? Are you good?
I think I actually do have like a rotator cuff.
Okay, well,
I can't throw BP anymore.
Okay, we can't put you on the IR this early in the season. We're gonna need you to gut it out.
Oh, it's no problem.
Okay.
All right, back to some high school football, although there's a lot going on, obviously, in the world of sports. And now just for a moment or two, take a look. Actually, you know what? We do have Kraus. If we have Kraus, let's get to Kraus. I want to get some more reaction in, and then we'll take a look at the games next week that we're going to keep an eye on. And there's some big matchups next week that are going to be a lot of fun. But here's Tim Kraus after a rainy night where his team pulled out a win and really dominated by the end of it, 35-6 over Tolkoi Creek.
Your team started with white jerseys, ended about mud brown. You had an hour delay. How do you keep your team prepared and ready to play once we finally get going here?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything our coaches did. I think it's our kids and the group of kids we have. I think they love playing football. I think they love playing with each other. And they kept themselves in a mindset that they were going to play and attack, and they did a great job tonight.
And talk to me about the run game. Obviously so crucial when the ball's soaking wet. And you got 2 guys that are back there that you can trust, just toting the rock. I mean, how big is it to have 2 guys back there that you trust?
Yeah, we've got a bunch of skill players that I think are kind of exactly what we need. Are good physical players. Kayla Madison, Jelani Dawkins, both of them had great nights. JP Donovan played a really physical game blocking for us. Usually he's got to touch the ball a bunch. So, really proud of that group, and I think a group that is going to continue to grow and get better and execute better.
There with Bishop Kenny has done for a while, and they get a big one next week. So that kind of turns us into next week's schedule.
Yeah.
Just a sneak peek at it before we get to next Friday. Bowles Bishop Kenny will be one of the highlights. Bartram Creekside, so you get some really good rivalry matchups. And maybe the fun game to watch, Mandarin at Bradford. Not very often that you see 2 teams that
are very different.
Yeah, different teams, but also classification-wise. That's a big separation in football to compete. Now, we've seen Trinity Christian, but these are 2 public schools.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit different.
It's kind of like we see with when Columbia plays Madco all the time. It's
go,
kind of
a
similar idea there, although those are both more rural type schools. Obviously Mandarin, a more metropolitan school, not to use the old terms that we used for the classifications a few years back.
Metro and subs.
Yeah, the metro and suburban and rural. But 2 teams that made it all the way to the state championship game last year. I mean, that's the real big headline there. These are 2 squads that finished runner-up a year ago, and now they're going head-to-head. And yes, no Tramel Jones, but you look at that Mandarin roster, it wasn't just the FSU commit at quarterback. I mean, it is a roster stacked with talent, including a 5-star wide receiver going to Austin to go play for Texas, and a up-and-coming receiver in one of the best freshmen in the country as well. So, they have the talent. Now let's see how they do, and they just drop a talented freshman quarterback into the mix and see how it goes.
Word is he's a talented kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know much about him, being honest, but it's a freshman quarterback. We were talking about it tonight on the show. It's basically this is like Brady going into the Patriots early on, or Russell Wilson to Seattle. They weren't who they were down the road. Just go manage the game. Kind of manage the game, don't make mistakes. I likened it to the Alabama quarterbacks over the years. They still won. You hand off. You make the play when you need to make the play. You don't try to do too much. And everybody else just does their job, too. I don't think they're so talented they're not going to have to do too much. But it's a fun matchup against Bradford. At Bradford, it's going to be a cool atmosphere for those guys. And Bradford's going to be geeked up for them. And without Tramel Jones, it feels like it opens the door for Bradford to maybe get an upset. Mandarin, one of the best teams in the state. Bradford has been one of the best teams in the state, especially defensively.
By the way, spoiler alert for the schedule. Hambone, that's you. I'm sending you out to your favorite place in Stark, Florida. Jason went for a couple playoff games there a year ago. So
that's a fun place to see a game. I wish I could go out there.
Really,
but we can't
really
get back
great
in
game.
time.
No, yeah, that is correct.
So anyway, that's a fun game. Obviously, we mentioned Creekside. Bartram will be showing live looks at there. Hopefully, the weather's good next Friday night.
Mainland at Rains.
Mainland at Rains.
Cool.
Yeah,
That'll
big name schools in the state of Florida.
That's going to be a lot of fun as well. And then we're going to have your fan vote. We're going to put that up here in just a little bit. We'll come up with 4 options for our 5th streaming game for next week's Zone Blitz, and we'll let you, the fans, decide at home.
That should be good. That will
So
be.
get out there
I
and
think it's
vote.
Good Friday coming up. It's a fun Friday. And our game of the week is Episcopal Providence.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
We don't think Providence played at Palatka tonight. We could not find that anywhere.
Good question.
So, but Episcopal did win tonight. They got the W, and
They played on Tuesday too. By the way, they finished their game with Zarephath Academy on Tuesday night.
They finished that game.
So from the opening week, it got rain hit it at the end of the game.
weren't they
with
losing big?
They were down 20-something points, 21 points I think it was, with 7 minutes to go in the game, and they came back and finished it on Tuesday.
Huh.
They lost by 21 points. They did score a touchdown and had a chance to make it a 1-score game. So they had the opportunity. They touchdown, onside kick, and then they had a chance to go and get another touchdown. They didn't get it.
And that's where it kind of stopped.
Zarephath would go and score.
I didn't realize that. But if
Zarephath, by the way, off to a great start.
They are.
The Eagles.
If you're just jumping in, once again, 9 o'clock tomorrow, West Side hosts Ed White. That's where that game has landed. And,
Little morning football.
Fletcher Atlantic Coast at 6 o'clock on Monday night. Those are some of the makeups, and we said already, Ponte Vedra, Baker County, that will be moved to October. So I'm sure there are other makeups or at least attempts to be made up. But to be honest with you, as you look at the scoreboard on our bottom line, I don't think we lost as many games as we thought we might lose tonight. So maybe there won't be as many makeups as I think.
Just all the ones we had planned to stream.
Well, yeah, and Bull St. Augustine was I think so many people are looking forward to that game, and that one will not be made up. That's probably the biggest news of the night, that unfortunately that game will not be played, and that's not one of those deals where they're going to see each other down the road in the playoffs. That was a cool opportunity to see 2 really fun teams, explosive teams, a lot of talent on their rosters. And
Menendez Beachside, another one postponed, but don't know when.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I saw that where that was.
Nice and Ridge
Actually,
Community.
I think that might be down the road. I think they might have found a date for that, but it might be in October, if I remember correctly, with Beachside. Nice, you're right, but that was with Ridge Community, so that was from an out-of-town. So there you go. There are some of the games that did get wiped out on this Friday night. I mean, it was nasty out there in some parts of the area. It has been. It's been an awful week for the rain in general. And these new turf fields in the area certainly probably made a difference. And some of these other fields, good luck the next few days trying to get them straight for the next week game.
Luckily, it's not soccer season yet, so we don't have multiple teams on that field quite yet. Just football.
A couple other quick notes. Our coach of the week is Corey Johns from Bartram Trail, so congratulations to him. Former Jaguars Prep Whataburger Player of the Week. Also, our committed to the uncommitted this week is Kenyon the Jet
Gardner.
Yep. Thank you. Been a long day.
Not to be confused with Benny the Jet, right?
But he can really run.
Sandlot.
So if you want to go back and look up the Paxton young man who was our committed to the uncommitted, go back in the 10 o'clock hour of the show. You can find that on YouTube. We will replay our 4 hours tomorrow and Sunday a couple times, several times. I think it starts at 6 in the morning, or maybe it's like
8?
now.
I mean, it might start at 12.
And then it goes after Casey's show at noon.
Okay.
So I think those are
the
the
no-name
couple
show.
times. The no-name show.
Yeah. Doesn't have a name yet.
There we go.
Is
All
it
right, can
never
we be
going to
done?
have a name, or is that like
I
a
think he's leaning
placeholder?
toward never having a name.
All right, I like it. Cool.
He's on his way. This is week 2. But if he gets to week 3, it's
I was
probably
going to say
cemented.
that's odd for us on the 24/7 network, where we feel like everyone, at least on the Brent and Austin show, has to have a nickname.
Yeah, that's true.
Very forced.
I don't have a nickname.
Yeah, but you're the host, so it's a little different.
Well,
Every producer.
And it would be really forced, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, we'll see you in Miami. I'm still tired of talking today. It's been a long day. Nice work by the Action Sports Jax team. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Can we get out of here yet, Casey? I mean, what do we got? We got like a minute to go. There we go.
Graphic.
Another week of the Zone Blitz. Maybe we should have stopped the Blitz at like 11:35. Maybe in hindsight, we'll do that.
I think the the delirious 25 minutes at the end is always going to be appointment television.
Last week we got Coach Colin Drafts on during that time.
There you go.
And today we heard from Coach Foy that we didn't have on the order. So we got some fresh content there.
Good job, Liv.
Liv's
well
work
done.
Paid off.
I heard she knocked an old lady to the ground to get to that interview. Got her out of the way. Come on, Liv. You got to do what you got to do to get the interview.
Very good. I kind of like that about you, Liv. Not allowed back at Fleming Island, apparently. All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll see you from Miami. Action Sports Jax primetime tomorrow. College football tonight debuts. Casey's show at 10 in the morning. Just follow Action Sports Jax 24/7, CBS 47, Fox 30, and all of us on social media, and you'll get just about everything you need when it comes to local sports in the area. Have a good night.